just said it reconnected.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I don't like that.
Well, so yeah, because I told you that my brother got into ASU, right?
No, you didn't. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, yeah. So he's really. My mom was like, because I told her I went outside and it was a mistake, and she's like, Jake's really looking forward to ASU. It was 115 today.
Yeah, Lady M was at her stream. She was having these OBS problems, and like I thought my computer at work was just like blocking the stream every now and then. That's not good. And it just comes back on, Lady M. Because I didn't do anything. It just started again. Oh, are we dead again? Oh, I gotta remember there's a delay. So because we play D&D so much on the stream, I rarely talk to people. I forget there's like a 10-second delay.
Well, it makes it hard too when you like playing a fast-paced game and someone says something about something that happened. It's like,
Huh?
what happened 10 plus seconds ago?
Buffy, what are you doing there? You're supposed to be here. Oh my gosh. There he goes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I thought we weren't starting for another half hour, but I saw you start stream.
Yeah, I figured I would, because I didn't want to start too late since we are supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but I did start late, but we're early, so we've just been talking about the heat and work and stuff, and actually talking to the chat, which we don't get to do during a lot.
How's the heat in Europe? I know aware of a huge heat wave. How's that going?
It's getting bad.
Everything's on fire.
It's not like terrible yet. I hope it doesn't get to where it got last year, but you know.
In England?
Probably is.
Well,
England's getting like
last weekend it was 115 in Italy, Fahrenheit.
Yeah, but Italy's further south than England. England's like way north.
Yeah, but the heat wave was going up and was supposed to reach up to that area.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't want to live anywhere where it's hot anymore.
Our
ever.
Houses are built with heat conservation in mind, because you typically only used to get cold here. So when it gets hot here, it's usually hotter indoors.
Oh,
which is
that sucks for you.
Because we don't do AC here.
You want me to send you one?
We don't do AC here, and we have fucking like triple glazed windows. We have like a foam barrier around our house for insulation. We have
everything to retain heat.
Yeah, so when it gets really hot, it's just there's no escape from it.
Oh gosh. Did you see that, Rhino? Well, Lady M said that you're getting notices in Texas. But she just got like 3 of them.
Oh. I might. No, I haven't gotten any, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no. I complain about the heat here. I think it hit like 92 the other day, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm dying. I can't go nowhere. I can't imagine being 110. Well, I could.
It's easy. Everyone goes, how can you deal with that? I mean, even when I lived in Southern California, it got that hot. How do you live with that? Easy. I live somewhere where there's air conditioning. Then I get into an air-conditioned vehicle and make sure that the destination I'm going to is also air-conditioned. Easy.
Yeah. the hottest it got last year was 104 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it got up to 105 Fahrenheit.
People died.
That's awful, but I always see like on TikTok and stuff when there's always a heat wave in Britain and stuff, and they're like, we're dying. Like some people literally, apparently, but I'm like, and I do the Celsius, like the conversion, because I'm not quick on my feet like that. And I see the temperature, I'm like, oh, it was just that hot here the other day. That's not that bad.
No.
You guys have adapted.
Nah, I'm good.
This is a recent change for us.
Well, I used to go to Vegas all the time because my dad's side of the family's from Vegas, so I'd be and it'd be 100 and whatever 13.
See, this is the problem though. Like all the places you've named recently, Southern California, Arizona, Vegas, Texas, they're desert. If it's hot,
No,
you
no,
should
no, no.
expect it.
The Dallas area is considered a grassland or prairie.
So, what? In the middle of a
Yes.
desert?
No, it's not. Southern Texas is a desert. The more northern region.
It's all
not,
southern.
It's southern United States.
That desert stretches from the end of Florida to California. It's all
Georgia
desert.
and Louisiana aren't even remotely close to a desert.
Georgia is north of Florida. Thank you. And what was the other one?
Louisiana.
That's because they're underwater.
They're cooler because they're below sea level.
But yeah, and then it stretches up north and cuts the country in half. No, it's all desert. I couldn't imagine. Give me trees and like forest.
There's tons of trees outside.
Not
It's
the
just
one
considered
shaped
a
like
prairie grass.
cactus.
They're not shaped like cactus. If you're trying to take shade under a cactus, you've made a fatal mistake.
You're gonna die.
You're gonna run into it. Who goes up next to a tree and doesn't absent-minded and go, I'm gonna lean against this?
Nah, see, I did that once. So again, I did landscaping in Florida, and there's these palm trees in Florida. I forgot what they're called, like royal palms or something. So they look like pineapples. So they grow really low to the ground. They have a really wide base, and they have these fronds. And at the end of the fronds are these needles that are about 5 inches long, and they're coated with a numbing agent. My dad told me, go trim the palm tree. So I take this blade and go under there, and I climb under, and I, sure enough, jab myself in the arm with one of those.
I've been stabbed by those.
Yeah, my arm went numb.
Fun.
So my arm goes numb, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. Like I freak out and go to my father. I'm like, I don't know what I did, Dad, but like I can't feel my arm. He said, Did you stab yourself in the thing? I'm like, yeah. He says, yep, you're gonna be out of commission for about 10 more minutes. I was like, never did that again though.
Florida is the U.S. The United States is Australia.
What? Australia?
Yeah. Florida is Australia for the United States.
Oh, I don't know, because, yeah, I guess that's true. Because everything in Florida is trying to kill you, just like Australia.
It's where all the dangerous and crazy things are.
And people, no.
No. I remember,
And math.
I was with my friend Troy. I was learning in Florida. I had just moved there. And we're sitting in front of his house, and we're talking, shooting shit, and he has this weird-ass cactus that looks like a spike. So it points to a spike, and then it has razor ridges all the way down to the base. This thing looks like a weapon. But I see at the end of this, on the spike, is impaled a lizard. And I'm thinking my friend Troy is a little sadistic. I'm like looking at the lizard, I'm like, did you do that? And he goes, no. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why do you have an impaled lizard? And it was a real lizard. And he goes, oh no, that's the birds. I was like, what? He says, yeah,
sure.
The birds will catch them, impale them, wait till they dry out and come back and get them. I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
It's like sadistic birds. That's what I need in my life.
That's a shrike. They're fun.
I never got the name of it, but that sounds right. All I know is I saw the bird actually do it, and I was like,
could you imagine if you had a D&D campaign like that was in a desert area with giant cactus and you had giant birds, giant vultures or whatever it was, but you go through an area near their nest and there's just skeletons on cactuses?
Hold on, let me write this down. Giant birds, yes. Nobody's going to the desert ever again.
Well, believe it or not, I just recently learned as of the other day, wasn't pressing information for me, but I didn't realize the Venus flytrap is originally from the United States. It's native to North and South Carolina.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
That's another weird ass plant. Wait, You guys got fire ants in Texas too, right?
They're everywhere. Yes.
No, they're not everywhere. I don't have any in Connecticut. Thank you.
Well, not where I don't think. No, they might be in this area, but they they can survive everywhere because they're extremely invasive.
Yeah, I know. They're slowly moving northward. But
I haven't seen any in a very, very long time. I saw them in California all the time, but
I remember my first introduction to fire ants. Again, Florida, new to me. I'm young, teenager ish, and I got off the plane. I go to my dad's house and I drop my bag in a corner of the room. But I had snacks in the bag. So, he asked for something. I was like, oh, let me get it out of my bag. So I pick up my bag. It's covered in ants. I'm used to New York City black ants, sugar ants. So I'm like, oh, so I start like wiping them off the bag and they start crawling on me. And all of a sudden they started to bite me. And I was like, ah! It's like, these devil ants. What is going on here? My father was like, yeah, they bite.
you see a fire ant nest, all it takes is a pot of boiling water and they're done.
That only kills some of them.
People,
If it's
people
on
that,
their nest
cast
directly.
the nests. They like pull molten metal into the nest and then like make a giant cast out of it.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that was cool.
Also, crazy how big those nests actually are.
Oh, yeah, how deep they go underground? Yeah.
But yes, that was my introduction to fire ants. The worst I ever saw, again, we work landscaping. My father was wearing his hat. And we finished the lawn, and he took his hat and his keys and everything and threw it on the ground next to him so he could take a drink from the hose or something. Or no, he was washing himself off with the hose. So he washes himself off with the hose, cool himself off, and he picks up his hat without looking and just throws it on his head. And as soon as it hit his head, they fell down his face. My father took off running and dove into a canal. Now, I lived in Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Florida area. Everything is canals. It's a form of swampland. So he dives into the canal to get him off and he's freaking out. But it was the worst thing I ever saw because he just had these little bumps all over his face. He looked like a leper.
You see, I've never had issues with red ants because, I mean, they're easy enough to identify them. You just don't set shit down around them. But the worst I had insect run-in wise was when I was in Alabama, a hornet's nest because they put that shit in the ground, and I'd stepped on a branch that broke, and the other end stabbed right into their nest.
That happened to me. So that happened to me in Puerto Rico, and it happened to me in Florida. Florida, I just backed into a nest. I was weed whacking, and I was wearing shorts, and I backed into a hive. So they just tore up my leg, like right behind my calf.
Mm-hmm. They got my ankles and my calves, yeah.
In Puerto Rico, I was young, and my uncle was taking me out to cut a tree down. Don't ask. It's another story entirely. So we're walking, and we're in Gaye. We're walking on one of the hills, and got a machete, cutting through the machete with the machete. Now I'm not using the machete; my uncle is. And all of a sudden, I hear like the sound of the machete makes more of a thump sound, and then because you heard him just fly out, he had cut a hornet's nest in half, and they chased us all the way back to the house.
You know what's scary about wasps?
Besides their dick bags, what?
They have a really good memory.
Yeah, I heard somewhere they remember faces. I was like, what?
Yeah, they have really good.
Well, there's a certain type of hornet that, like one of those giant hornets. Apparently, they're good at memory, and they're very, very. They hold a grudge.
Yeah, wasps tend to hold a grudge.
Yeah, that's not cool. Could you imagine you piss off a hornet's nest and they're like, yeah, we'll just wait till he goes to his car.
When I got attacked with the hornets, I ended up running inside, but it crossed and I got inside and it ended up killing the ones that were still attached to me. But like my grandpa at the time, my grandpa was like, because we were right next to water, he's like, good thing you didn't jump in the water. because hornets will wait
Yeah.
above the water until you resurface.
What? Yeah, no. That. Mm-mm. I don't ever want to deal with that. This is why I like the city.
Well, I mean, just because the city, you just it doesn't mean that those things don't exist.
They
This
they
is why I like the UK.
dude, I didn't see a hornet's nest until I moved to Florida.
Oh, they're real bad in that. Like, yeah, in that area. Any heavily forested areas would be. This is where they like to be.
Yeah, well, I don't go out into the forest that much.
Ever.
That's a that's a drive that I just don't want to make. No, since I moved to Connecticut though,
They
um,
wouldn't be in those forests. Too cold.
right,
If you have a permafrost, then no.
yeah. So up here we have forests and like stuff and nature trails and all that, but they're fake. I'm not really walking through the woods. Somebody has laid out a path for me, so I can look. Oh, waterfall, and then walk back to my parking lot and get in my car.
Or like you see the videos with even just bumblebees, where a swarm is like flying through, and they because they'll land on people, and then you get that one person who freaks out and starts swatting at them.
Bumblebees? I didn't know they
Yeah, like
swarmed. I thought they were solitary.
they move. They do because once they'll move nest locations from time to time.
You mean honeybees?
Hmm.
Right. No, bumblebees are those big fat,
Sorry, honeybees. Yeah,
like carpenter bees look like bumblebees. They're almost the same.
yeah. So the honeybees. Yeah, they'll move, but like they'll most of the time, if you're calm, they won't mess with you if you don't mess with them. But as soon as someone hurts or wounds one, they're gonna attack you.
Yeah, it's kind of, you got to think about though. You have, let's say, 100 dagger wielding insects landing on your body. It's kind of hard to stay calm in that situation. I know
Well, for
I
my
would be like, put me, like, set me on fire because I want them off.
well, at my mom's house, she has an avocado tree in the backyard. For the longest time, I was always doing yard work in the backyard. Certain time of year, a whole load of bees would stop in the tree for a period of time and like cuddle around the queen, and then they'd eventually move on. But I would still do yard work as long as I didn't swing anything around them. I could walk right by where they were, and no problems.
Let's see. Yeah, we have bees up here, but and yellow jackets, which is like a form of wasp or hornet. I don't know, but the yellow jackets, but they're like, ooh, like, you just breathe wrong and they want to like freaking chase you. Ooh, violent suckers. No, worst thing I got is, well, we don't even have pigeons in where I live in Connecticut because we have
You gotta
vulture. Because we have hawks. Like outside my building in downtown, there's a you can see the hawks circling around. So like you don't see as many critters as you do New York City. Pigeons everywhere, everywhere, flying fucking
well,
rats.
the most dangerous animal, and do you know what the most dangerous animal is in Connecticut?
No,
The
did
American black bear.
oh yeah, I got people that I work with that have them in there. They take pictures of them like they're tourists. I'm
Mhm.
like, that's your yard. Like, do you have one lady? She lost her
There you are.
dog. Yeah, no,
You
it's the
need to
bear's
know where
yard.
you need to know where you live. Like, come on. Like when in Southern California, when people go, my cat went out and didn't come back. It's like your cat's coyote food. You're never gonna see that thing again.
I would think mountain lion. Don't y'all have
In
mountain
mountain
lions?
lions don't. Yeah, but they don't usually come into the city. Coyotes do.
Oh, so I've seen a pack of wild dogs. I think it was coyotes. That was in New York, though, upstate New York. Um, I was walking. It was late at night. I was coming home, and I was walking, and like typical scene from a movie, like just street lights, empty street, nothing around. And I look up and I see one pick up his head and look at me, and I'm
Oh.
like, hmm.
So I googled obviously most dangerous animal in Connecticut, and it was like the American black bear. Google most dangerous animal in Texas. List of the most dangerous animals in Texas. You want to know who's number 1 and 2 on the list?
Bees.
Black widow and brown recluse.
Oh yeah. So I used to have a black widow as a pet, but
No,
that was in Florida.
no.
What do you mean
That's
no?
a strange pet to have. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
don't see the need of keeping a venomous or venomous creature in my house.
So honestly, I'm better around like reptiles and spiders, arachnids. So I had pet scorpions for years. So I'm better around
Well,
them than I
depending on the
am.
scorpion, they're not dangerous to you. It just could be painful if they sting you.
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, always try to hunt, like find the most like aggressive one. So I had a red one that all you had to do was walk by the glass, and it was like, "I'm ready. I'll fight you."
You give it a high, it's like, sup, dude, and
Oh,
keep walk. Yeah, most dangerous, black widow, brown recluse, cattle, because of farm accidents,
that makes sense.
bull sharks, great white sharks, alligators, mountain lions, and deer from
Whoa,
auto
whoa,
accidents.
back up. Did you say
Mhm.
sharks?
Yeah, we have we coastline with the Gulf.
Oh yeah, I guess. I just all I ever see is desert.
There's a huge coastline, swampland. Houston's considered a swamp.
I thought you coastlined with Mexico.
We do, but we also have the Gulf of Mexico that goes.
No, you don't have that much like coast land. It turns into Louisiana right away, doesn't it?
We go further south than Louisiana.
Not by yeah, into Mexico. I gotta look at a map. It's been a while.
This conversation is making me very happy I live in the UK.
Why? Yeah,
You guys are
because
like, oh yeah, there's all this dangerous shit. I'm just like, the worst thing we have is foxes.
oh, see, I've never
Three
messed with
thousand 359 miles of shoreline.
3,050. Wow, that's a lot. Oh, okay. See, I've never. That's no. You move, Lady M. You have to move. Swamp area. I lived in like renovated swamp area and I hated it. Like real swamp area, you gotta go. It's like ding 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 ding.
Well, that's
But
like when the hurricane did hit southern Texas, like Houston flooded because it's.
like Louisiana underwater.
Mhm.
Oh no. See, I don't. I couldn't imagine that.
It's not. It's not. But it's underwater, technically below sea level in swamp area. But it's not right next to the ocean, so it's like there's not levees protecting it from water.
Didn't have much choice. I don't know. There's a whole continental like planet. You can go anywhere you want. Swamp would be the last choice. I don't know. Desert might be the last choice. Desert,
I'm
then
actually
swamp.
surprised in the dangerous animals in Texas. I was surprised boars weren't listed on there.
Boars.
Boars, yes, boar.
I had a guy that messed with boars in Florida. He used to hunt
Don't
them.
mess with boars.
No, he used to
Well,
hunt
hunt
them.
them, yes. Mess, yeah. You can. People will pay you in Texas to go hunt boars.
Really?
They're a huge problem for farmlands.
I know they're. I heard they're like really mean.
They are.
Yeah, I'm not messing with you.
You're not. It's not a one-sided fight if you mess up hunting a boar.
Wait, it's a
They kill
once.
people. It's
Get
not
out,
a
really?
one-sided fight. They gore them,
Oh, yeah, no. I roast them.
and they're perfectly around with a lot of people. They're perfectly leg height, and they can get the arteries in your legs.
Yeah, I heard like they have the tusks. They're really good at like
hmm
severing stuff. But the guys I know don't go out with a knife and hunt them. They don't try to wrestle
Oh
them.
no,
They shoot
you
them
need
from far away.
you need a large caliber for them, yes. But if usually when you make them mad, they can cover ground very fast.
Yeah, I heard they're fast. Again, I am an inside person.
Like I saw a picture recently where a guy was his face he got gored. I don't know why his face was that low, but from his cheek and across his nose was like
Probably tripped them, knocked them down.
Probably got him in the leg, knocked him over, and then hit him in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't mess with that. I don't. So like, I left Florida because of hurricanes. I wasn't like I wasn't thrilled about the animals and the heat, but life was all right in Florida until the
They
hurricanes.
can run. They can run 25 miles per hour, and he apparently can jump up to 60 inches into the air.
A boar can jump 60 inches into the air.
Mm-hmm.
That's no, I can't mess with that. Like, I like my bacon in a package by Oscar Mayer. No.
That's a different pig.
I don't want it. Yeah, no, that's as
The
close to
baby-
that
the
one as
baby
I want to
boars-
get. Actually, no, I've eaten boar because, like I said, my
Well,
friends
there's this
hunted
guy
them.
on TikTok that I saw. From Britain. He came to the U.S. and he posts a TikTok where when he was in the South somewhere, and he's like, "Oh, look at and there's baby boar and some adults," and he thought it would be a good idea. Luckily, nothing happened, but I knew what the comment section was going to look like, and it was after everyone saw the video, they were like, "Do not get near those things, especially if there's children. If there's baby boar, it's like you're lucky you got that close."
Yeah, no, no. I see. I'll stick to pets I can keep in a cage.
I mean, you could keep a boar in a cage.
No, no. I meant little like fish tank cages that I could put on a shelf. It's like I can't mess with that.
what is the what is
As the most wild animal I want is a cat. And the only reason I don't have one is because my apartment won't let me have one. Bastards.
Oh boy. Do you know what the number one most dangerous animal in the UK countryside is?
Penguin.
Is it a badger?
Tick.
A what?
Ticks.
Ew.
Probably because of the diseases
well,
they
yeah.
carry. Bees, wasps, and hornets is next.
You got no.
Horseflies, biting spiders.
So you have no four-legged animals in UK?
They have deers. The most aggressive thing I think they have is a badger, but it ain't a U.S. badger. It's a proper British badger that looks like he would be nice to you, anyways.
A proper British badger?
Have you
British
seen
badgers
the
are
UK?
adorable,
Yeah, hold
but
on.
they are vicious little fuckers.
Oh my god, he's like a proper British
They
badger.
eat people.
Badger? Yeah, no, badgers are violent little creatures. But
Hold on.
some of them
They,
are
I'll
worse
put
than
it in
others.
adorable.
Here's a picture of a British badger. I'll put it in the. That is a British badger.
And the Discord.
They're so cute. Look at
Yeah.
them. But they eat people.
Where did you put it?
It's in the Dragonlance text.
DL text.
Oh. Oh. Get out of here. That thing is adorable.
Compared to our badgers.
Oh my goodness. Oh look, someone's here.
Gimbo.
Hey,
Or
Gibby.
Hi, Gimbal. Gimbal.
Liam.
Liam, sorry. Liam. You know what?
Yeah.
You guys have giving me identity crisis. Liam, question came up earlier and I didn't have the answer. You two don't work together, right?
Why would you suggest that?
I didn't. It was Boris.
I didn't suggest it. I just asked.
Right, and I was like, no, they graduated together, but they don't work together. That would be terrible.
Graduated together, work together.
You-
We'll be living together.
Wait, you do work together?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're co-workers.
See, I
we-
pay attention.
Yeah. He's the only one who does.
Because he's like, what? He's
I
like,
do
if
that.
she's in a meeting, why is he in a meeting? I'm like, I believe they work together, don't they? So they
No,
can
I
both
did-
be in the meeting.
No, I did not know that they were at the same
That is
job.
exactly the truth.
Oh my god.
Nailed it.
And now you're gonna
Oh.
live together. That's a lot of
Yeah.
time together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
I
now
mean-
that everyone works remote, it's like even if they didn't work together, they'd still be together if they lived together.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, like, we work together, like, 24/7 anyway. So, yeah, it's not
That's
not
so,
that much of a difference.
That's so cute. I couldn't get out.
um,
Probably.
but yeah, they're held up a little bit longer, because I wasn't actually needed in this meeting, because I'm doing other shit. Because we do work together, but we have slightly different specialties.
So you were like, "This is past my need to be here. Goodbye."
Yeah.
They actually were like, as of like today, they actually took these meetings off of my list because they're like, no, you need to be doing this other shit. Don't waste your time here anymore. I'm
Oh
like, cool.
wow.
I didn't want to be there.
You
Yeah.
finally get it as an email and don't have to be in the meeting.
Yeah, basically.
The one thing
Yeah,
everyone
no,
wants.
they added these. I mean, we're starting to get into like, down to the wire, like not a lot of time left before we have to finish this stuff up. And they added these fucking daily meetings for the like character avatar system. And it's like, nobody needs daily meetings. Like every other day, daily updates posted as you should. But like, no, fuck off. You
I
don't
don't.
need daily meetings.
I don't go to meetings. Period. My boss schedules like one monthly meeting, and I'm still like, do I need to attend? He's like, yes. I was like, oh, man. It's
That
like,
way, people still know you work here. No.
I prefer that they didn't think I was there. It's like,
Can't ask you to do anything if they don't know you exist.
look, I tell everybody all the time, if I'm doing my job right, nobody has to talk to me. And it's true. They only want us when something's broken.
Yeah,
IT
I mean that
life.
makes sense for that makes sense for IT. Unfortunately for me, I have to talk to people every day.
Yeah, I know. I don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't imagine I couldn't imagine that. I worked so there was a time I worked from home with my ex-wife, and there was a time I worked from home for a while, and I couldn't stand it. Like I had to leave the house to get shit done.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I think it's part of it is too is just because like it's not really that different from college for me because like all my college work is computer related and now I'm doing all my work on a computer and so there's not kind of just kept going. Um, so
Well, I
yeah,
think a part
I've
of it
had
is that she also my ex didn't work. So I
oh
worked on a
yeah.
computer. I would be on a computer doing work, and she would be right here. Like
Oh yeah, that would be.
I'm working.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I need
Yeah.
gotta go away.
Mhm.
So
I mean, and that said, like we're moving in together, but we have separate offices.
right, but she's got her own job and independent and stuff like that too. So
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
more sense. But mm-mm.
yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely not for everyone. But yeah, no, we work together. Basically the same position, slightly different specialties. They actually got me the job. So,
Oh, it's-
Oh, that was nice. So you're
yeah,
stuck
they
now
need.
because if you break up, you don't have a job no more.
Well, I mean,
Given that they're moving in with each other, I don't see that being a thing. It's gonna be.
yeah,
Honestly,
I think
Well,
the
no,
other.
because then he's homeless and unemployed.
I'm still like incredibly impressed by how quickly she got into a job out of school. Like,
The week after
yeah, literally
graduation,
a
I
week
think.
after graduation, she was in the job.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
That's impressive.
we yeah, no, like it was we got fast tracked by our professor. Like we both like did a lot of really good work in our last couple of years and one of our professors kind of like connected us with a bunch of companies. And I was really busy, so actually I interviewed for the same position that she got. But I wasn't really interested in it. And honestly, even if I had got it, I would have had to turn it down because I was going out of town for like a bunch of family stuff for a month. Um, and so like, he was one of those things where he's showing me the like job stuff. And I'm like, I'm not that, not really. I didn't push for it. And then she got it. And I was like, oh, thank God, because she needed that job way more than I did. I was like, yeah, I don't really need this, but they needed that to keep busy. So it worked out well because then I ended up getting a job later at full pay rates, not intern rates, uh, in a
Oh,
better
there you go.
position that I wanted. Yeah, because they
Oh,
started like an intern making like minimum wage, whereas when they referred me to the job later, I was actually making more than them for a few months because I got hired on, like as a full time person, not as a intern. Um, and I instead of doing the original job, which like I think her and one other person got hired for, I got to do more like 3D environmental work instead of like uh the like kind of like character stuff that everyone else was doing. So I was like, I got hired for the job I want at better pay. Fucking best decision ever to turn down that job offer.
See, I told you
nice.
they. At least I knew that they didn't do the same exact job.
Yeah. I mean, she has seniority over me because she's been there for like 6 months longer, and she's also a full-time like salaried employee and I'm contract still. But I'm working more than full-time now, so I actually like being contracted because I can work as many hours as I want and get paid hourly.
Billable hours.
Oh man,
Yeah.
when I was a vendor contract, man, I had a I had freedom to work whatever hours I wanted, but I couldn't exceed a certain amount.
Mm.
And they were like,
I
"Yeah, no,
have
that's what we're paying you weekly. So if you work over that," and I'm like, "All right." So I would work right to it, and then go home.
yeah, exactly.
And then they always end up being like, but we need this stuff. You already told me I can't work more, so this is your doing, not
Yeah,
mine.
like I'll be back.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday. I'll be back Monday when the week
Mhm.
starts again. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Through like
oh,
April, I was like just kind of like contracted for tasks, and so it's like sometimes I wouldn't have a lot of tasks, so I'd be working like part-time. But then as of like May, they were like, no, here's some like long-term goals that we don't even think we're going to finish if you're not doing anything else. Work on these. Uh, and so I've just been able to work as much and as often as I want to for the last few months. So yeah, that's been nice because there's no hour cap that I'm given as long as I'm doing stuff.
that's nice.
So,
One day
So
maybe
that's
I'll get.
hmm?
No, I'm
Maybe you'll
playing.
get
I'm
what?
playing with volumes. One day I'll get all of you on the right volume.
Never.
likely. Don't worry. In a month, I'm gonna have a different mic setup, and you'll have to start over.
You have a whole new
Aren't you
setup.
take? Aren't you taking your stuff with you?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna be
I'll
a
have a
different
room that
room,
I can close.
like
Yeah, yeah, I
different
have a room that I can
positioning.
close the door to. I can get like some sound deadening stuff. It'll be great. I'll be able to use my boom mic instead of my
I'm gonna
headset
use
one.
his sexy
Well,
radio mic.
I have a
Hell
boom mic,
yeah.
but I don't have the attachment for the boom. I still need to run over to Zach's
Mhm.
to get that piece from him, and then my mic will be up on a boom and not in the same
Yeah.
position. So it'll probably be a change too.
Yep. 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 Yeah, I can't use. I was using it for like a few months because I had privacy, but then nowadays, fucking, who knows what happens behind me? So I just use my headset mic. Um,
So that happens behind me.
I don't know. So yeah, so I'm just like, but in like 3 weeks, I'll have a room that I can close the door to, which I haven't had a room that I can close the door to in more years than I want to count.
That's probably why I live alone.
Valid.
Mm-mm.
I was poor before now because I was a college student.
Oh, that's fair. See,
This is like financially, I probably should have waited 6 more months to move out, but I need to leave.
yeah, no.
Well, when I first moved out, it was like I didn't have to move out for quite a bit longer, and then it was like, "You want to move out now?" I was like, "Yep, I'm gone." Like I found my friend asked me if I wanted to move into the house he was at because his parents were leaving, and we'd have a 3 bedroom house, two dudes that were in our early 20s. Like, yeah, absolutely, I will.
That sounds amazing.
So other
Like, I'll
than
be there.
girlfriends and wives, I've never had a roommate. I can't. I
Fair.
no. I don't like to. I'm very particular about my space, and I don't like people like changing how I do things. I'm like, mm-mm. I,
That's fair.
yes.
I've just grown up very close to my family, so I'm like, roommate sounds like an upgrade because I have a door between us.
Yeah, that's true. I just like I never wanted to depend on somebody else. Like everything has always been mine, so it's like you get out, leave, bye. I made the mistake. The only time that didn't work is when I got married. Then they take half your shit. They give you a couple of children and they think they are entitled. I don't understand. No.
As I say, it was hard to beat moving into a 3-bedroom house in Southern California where we just had to cover the mortgage at the time, which was like $1,200.
Jesus, fuck, that sounds amazing.
That's like rent for like 10 by 10 square in Manhattan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We had a front yard, backyard, garage, 3-bedroom.
Well, fuck you.
Yeah.
And in Florida, I had a house that was like 3-bedroom, lanai, pool, the whole spiel, and I paid less than $1,200. But that was Florida.
I mean,
Then
yeah,
there was
that
a short
sounds like
period
a
of time
beat,
where
but
then there was a short period of time where a previous friend that we had, his mom lived with us.
Why?
yeah, I'm like, why?
Oh,
That sounds
because
weird.
she was friends with my friend Cody's mom, and she's like, she needs a place to live. And neither of us were
Okay.
actually using the master bedroom. It was still there for when his parents came in town.
Oh,
And
okay.
she just moved in there. She was never home, so we're like, I instead of paying $600, I get to pay like 400 a month.
Oh, okay, yeah, because she split part of the rent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. My mother-in-law came to live with us for a little while. It was supposed to be like a week while she found that like her apartment was being painted or something. I don't remember. It was supposed to be a real short amount of time. She ended up living there like 6 months. And it was like
Well, you can't.
she's
You
got
always
to
have to like
go.
sprinkle. You got to sprinkle some information. You can't just be like up front. It's gonna be 6 months. Oh, it should only be a week. Oh, it looks like it's another week. It's gonna take them a month.
Mm,
Once you're in, it's hard to get out and like get them out. So you gotta be minimal information when you enter. There you go.
no. Just bye. I gotta go.
No.
Like, here's your bag. Where do you want me to drop you off?
So if I remember correctly with the game, we're currently
Dying.
running through the forest
At night.
at night away from the camp that just awoken.
Yes.
That has
With
like
two
hundreds of
bodies.
people.
Oh,
Yeah,
with two bodies.
thousands.
That's right.
Oh yeah, we're
Yeah.
carrying the bodies.
Yeah, we got evidence, we got locations, and we got
got
fucking
bodies.
distance to cover.
Mm-hmm. Should be fun.
Fireball.
No spoilers. You don't have Fireball.
If we did, it'd be
yet.
great.
I have mini fireball.
Okay.
What?
She said an hour late. Where
Hmm?
are they done yet?
Yeah,
Jimbo said that the
so-
meeting got dragged on a little bit.
yeah, so there's this one person who we can't name for, reasons, but real piece of work.
Give me
real
their
lovely
name.
fellow.
I'll take care of them. Like, listen, let me explain something to you.
That what
I
is
got
is,
shit
is are
going
they the
on.
person like when the teacher's about to let out the class and they're like, "Do we have
You have
homework?"
no idea.
Oh
They're that
God.
person.
Yeah, but then also that person, but they also have power a little bit, because they're like not only are they the teacher's pet, but they also kind of know what they're talking about half the time, so people sort of have to listen. Um, and
Oh, no.
yeah, they tend to hold stuff up.
I don't
But
like those
also
type of
this
people.
person delayed the meeting, so it's real spicy. Um, so yeah, um, back on topic, you're totally the kind of wizard who's gonna take fireball at level fucking 5 and use it immediately, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like, was there a doubt?
My
Yeah, no,
middle
I
name.
just
See,
wanted to double. Like my
my
middle name is fireball.
my middle. Well, it might be Ridge Rear, and that's what I go by, but it's also war crime. I also go by war
Okay.
crime. No,
You're not a war crime yet.
Well, I wouldn't have known that because at this point Liam's committed more war crimes than you. Mm.
my
Who's
spells
Liam?
aren't
I don't know
powerful
Liam.
Technically, you
enough.
have committed war crime. All right. I'd be wait. So hold on. She's not here, and she's already later than she said she was going to be later. But yet, you two are not on the table yet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, my
You
cat
do
was in
realize
my
that
chair.
we're going to play D&D, right? Your cat.
Yeah, but my cat was in my
I'm
chair,
starting
and
to
I
believe
I
that less and
couldn't.
less as time goes on. Honestly,
I'm pretty sure you have a chair that rolls. Roll that sucker out of the way. Stand in front of your computer, log the hell in. Then when it finally moves, you get your chair back.
Something tells me he doesn't have a standing desk, and
I don't. That's
at his
exactly what I was thinking. I can't
and at his
stand
and
at
at
my
his stature.
Get on your knees,
The-
and you'll be the perfect height because you're like 6'8" anyway. So I don't want to hear
I
your
mean, that's
nonsense.
actually very true.
So, it's like you're gonna all wait till the last minute. She's gonna show up, be on the table before all of you.
That would be funny.
Except
Yeah,
for,
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
no, it wouldn't surprise me either. That's why I'm trying to put a kibosh in that right now.
Fine, I still have to. I'll do that fucking next month. I still have to fucking fix my background.
Yeah, but I'm
But
like I haven't even bothered with mine because I'm thinking about moving my whole setup into one of the bedrooms. I'm taking it as
Yeah.
an office. So I've been playing around with like where I want to do it, what I want to do, what would be the backgrounds. That's why I'm still sitting in the dark.
Understandable.
Even I forgot where we're up to. Jesus Christ. That's not it. That's not it. This is it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I will 100% be taking Fireball the moment I have the chance to take Fireball.
No fireball
Yep.
for you.
And of
Oh,
course,
shit.
Counterspell, because this build is built for Counterspell.
Oh, did I tell you? I did tell you, right? You have to find the spells you want to add to your book.
No, and you don't get to make up rules because you don't like because you don't like war crime in a can.
That
Not
is
my problem.
not. That is the rules.
The rules you just made up.
No, no,
Like,
I could cite
you
them
can't
from
even keep a
3
straight
different
face.
editions, including 5th. Y'all got the easy package. You know what that was like to wait for spells to drop and be able to find them?
Well, what's funny is even with the I even though you're
It'd
pointing
be
that
pretty
out,
awful.
Gimbal has been finding some pretty decent spells before he's had the ability to even take them.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, I've had 5th level spells since I could cast. I've had the 5th level spells since level 5, I think, and I have just now have the ability to cast them. The problem is every spell book is the same, with the exception of 1 or 2 spells.
Yeah.
So the amount of
Mhm.
copies of Mage Armor I have is truly outstanding.
So I downloaded an extension just for you, Gimbal.
Awesome.
It makes
Because we got a
it makes random spell books. So
awesome.
it tries to random them out. You can set some parameters. I was like, yeah, because
Yeah.
they always give the same spells to the evil wizards. Like
Yeah.
like, oh, this
So
sucks.
wasn't
Yeah.
you said the only difference was the guy that he war crimed, right? That was the one that.
Well,
had
so
some
that's the
different spells?
thing. I was really excited by that spell book because I'm like, there's no way this folk guy has the same spells as the were rat from fucking level 5. Same spells with the exception of 1 additional spell, which is contact other plane. And I was just like, this is a fucking joke.
Yeah. They give them all the same spells. And honestly,
Yeah.
I didn't make any. All those were in the modules. Like, that's how the books
Yep.
were. And like, this
Yeah.
kind of lame.
Yeah,
That's why I
'cause
got
they
the
just-
extension.
Because they just used like enemy mage stat block with a little flavor on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of times it'll say that in the campaign too. It'll be like, use the mage stat block with these changes. Be like, great. And then
Yep.
they don't even give them all the good spells.
God, if you could. Oh, I mean, then do you know how dangerous spell some of these bosses would be if they let the DMs pick their spell book?
Fucking
That's
TPK.
that's probably why they don't let us pick the spell books.
Because it's. I mean, but to only be fair, if the DM were to say be able to choose their spell book, then that spell book as written should be available to the players if they defeat
It
them kind of thing.
well, generally it is. If you ever see me use like a wizard or something that casts spells at you, and you find their book, it should
It'll have-
have every spell that they have. Like I will adjust it for that.
You know, there's DMs out there that would be like, "Oh, these are the spells I picked. Oh, you found their spell book. Basic spell book. How are they casting these other spells? Don't worry about it."
Scroll.
They took some levels in Sorcerer.
Now,
Yep.
there is situations where that can happen though, like wands, staffs, and things like that.
Magic items, yeah.
But you probably find
Yeah.
the magic item too, and then be like, "Oh, that's how they did it." So
The exception being like Warlock Pact magic.
yeah, no,
It's
you're
some
on
special sauce.
right. You can't do anything with that. But
But yeah, I mean it's the same logic as like video games where it's like you get the boss's weapon. It's like, oh, that was amazing, and then you wield it and it's like a fucking toy sword, and you're just like,
Well, like
fuck.
the joke how it's Skyrim, the armor on the cover is like the worst armor in the game.
Yep.
in Skyrim,
Yep.
Mhm.
which armor?
The armor that's on the cover of the game, like the one that the guy wears. It's not.
Oh.
It's not. Yeah,
Oh.
they're the famous armor. It's just basic armor. You find it immediately. Everyone's like, "Cool," and then it's gone immediately because you find better stuff.
I don't even
Yup.
remember. Oh, Rhino, did we ever make a thing um for the Discord?
Did you ever make a command for it? No, I don't believe you did.
Oh. So didn't you do it last time though?
I did. I don't have the. You don't know what? You want to know what? I had a thing typed out for it, and I just got rid of it the other day because I figured you were gonna take care of it, and I'm like, I don't need this anymore.
No, you gotta give me that so I could type it out. Also,
I don't have it anymore.
I just thought about it now because I looked over and it's like, can we do a shout out for Lady M because I forgot to shout her out earlier. Not that like,
Wow.
yeah, I know I'm so bad. It's actually you're supposed to be doing it.
I typically if you want me to shout out every person that jumps in,
No,
sure thing.
don't
I've
shout
been
out
typically
everybody because I
doing it
don't know
when
no-
people raid.
Right, certain people don't stream, but Lady M streams. She streams during the day. I watch her during lunch, so I get my lunch and I sit down and listen to her.
Stardew Valley.
And
You watch but you hate Stardew Valley.
I do hate Stardew Valley, but I will tell you why I watch Lady M, and she's here, so this is like, but she's every now and then she lets out a little bit of Spanish, so like in Connecticut I don't get a lot of the Spanglish that I would get back in New York City. So when I hear it, it like triggers like, oh, I remember home. So I watch her for that. It's like,
Or is it that you're afraid? You say that you don't like it and you don't like the game. He's now afraid because the most recent game that he stated that he hated and would never play, he started playing it and now he's addicted to it.
I never said I hated it. I said I didn't understand why you play it because the graphics are horrible. And they're still horrible. But I understand
Graphics.
I understand the poll now. Like I never played Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft because I can't get past the blocks.
Dude, all I'm saying is Minecraft with like fucking advanced lighting shaders and fucking realistic lighting.
They have mods that make
beautiful.
It look...
Yes, I don't want to buy a game that I have to do everything with. But now that they're releasing,
then why would you play Skyrim?
No, like did I have to make work? Skyrim worked fine. What are you talking about?
Minecraft works fine.
Now I will play the Dungeons and Dragons Minecraft when it comes out. I will play that only because I saw it. I was like, all right, I got to try that at least once. But yes, he got me into freaking this one with 7 days, and you could also blame Lady M for 7 days because I was watching her and Fox. I was like,
awesome.
And it was the first time I actually sat and watched the game and watched it being played. I was like, damn, they can make so much stuff in here. I was like, all right, I got to give this a whirl. Plus, it was like $10.
It's hard. It's hard for me to watch people play certain games.
Yes, because you're a snob when it comes to games. I remember I don't remember who we were watching, but me and him were in the channel together, and he just started yelling at them. I was like, "What are you doing? They can't hear you."
Well, I did the math. My total hours. I have like 16 friends or something that have played 7 days. The combined of all 16 people who have played it is a like 90-hour difference than my total accumulated hours in the game.
Wow.
I
It's a
have
lot of gaming.
Yeah.
I'm just shy of 500 hours in 7 days. I really enjoy that game.
Yes, Lady M. That was probably why I had that expression. It don't see it a lot. Even though where I live now it's getting more. Like a lot of people have come up from New York to live here. But I haven't made like I haven't made friends with a lot of them yet. And then the one Spanish woman that I did know from up here, we dated for a while, so now we don't speak. So, yeah. It's not funny. Why are you laughing?
This is fantastic. Spanish speaker ruined it.
No, it's not funny. And it's not, and like my brothers and my sisters, they don't
I'm-
speak Spanish. My cousins don't
I'm
speak
telling you,
Spanish. My parents
If you
are
play
not around no
Stardew, I
more.
think you'll be addicted.
No,
Have
I'm
you
not
played
playing that
Stardew
game. I'm never
before?
playing that game.
Stardew, no, I've played Terraria and Starbound, but Stardew just like never appealed to me. Like I'd rather play like Starbound.
I never played Starbound. I think I've seen gameplay of Starbound, but I've never played it.
So
Yeah, I've only played it a bit, like I just recently played it. And I'll definitely play it more in the future, but I like it.
So I just saw a game. Well, not just saw a game. There's a game called Traveler's Rest that looks like Stardew. Now that one I would play because you're a tavern owner and you serve adventurers and stuff. So that one I would like mess around with, but
It's
it's
on
not
sale again.
multiplayer. Yeah, it's on sale again. It's like $11.
Stardew is multiplayer, and I have played Stardew. Well, not that I've played that much
Yeah,
of
but you
Stardew,
play some weird ass game. You play Pressure Washer. Like I don't understand how you play that
Power
game.
Power
is
Wash
great.
Simulator.
Power Wash Simulator. Thank you.
Yes, that one.
That is
Because
such a
there's
fun
sometimes
game.
because there's sometimes where I just need to shut off my brain.
Yeah, just relax.
I call that sleeping.
But I'm not
No,
tired.
no.
No,
My
Yeah,
brain
but-
runs
I need
wild
something
if
for
I
my
don't keep it
ADHD to
preoccupied.
focus on.
Yeah, but
If
did
I
you
go to
know
lay
that
down
Power
when I'm not
Simulator
tired-
just released a SpongeBob DLC?
Oh, I already finished it. I
Oh,
already finished it.
Yes.
I already
That's
finished it
amazing.
and already got all the new achievements for it too.
so I've seen Terraria, but I've never played it because I don't. It's like a side scroller, so I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy that. Graveyard Keeper I've seen, and I was gonna get it, but I don't think I I will. I don't know.
Do I
Yeah, in
think
that
I-
game,
I have
but
so
never
many
got into
games that
it.
I haven't played that
I have Terraria on my wish list. I just haven't, actually played it, potted or played it.
Terraria is the game that I've got the most hours in. I've got like 600 hours in Terraria.
see. I
The
can't
game that I have
understand
the
the.
most hours in
See, Lady
is,
M agrees with me. Playing Pressure Washer game, y'all are ridiculous.
It's
I
just-
may have
you
like
could just
changed
chat
what
with
she
friends.
said a little bit, but
I had people who, when I was streaming, I had people who wanted me to play the game. They wanted to watch me play Power Wash Simulator.
why?
Mhm. Though the best I gave them is if I was in a Discord with some of those people, I would share my screen. But I'm like, I can't stream and play Power Wash Simulator because I'm not talking. I'm zoned out completely.
Playing Power Simulator with like 3 other friends, like 4-player, is like really fun. You just talk about random crap while you do it.
Like we're doing right now. See, I don't need
Yeah,
I don't need a
it's-
pressure washer game to do
It's
that.
essentially just a podcast game.
Well,
Like, you
a
just
game
talk
that I
while you
liked
do
that
it.
I played a bit that I think
Yeah.
would be cool if it was multiplayer was Subnautica. That would be cool if it was multiplayer.
You can get multiplayer in that game, but it's
It's a
I've
mod.
heard
Yeah.
horror stories.
So
Yeah.
Of the game
Subnautica
or of
looks
the
like a
mod?
cool game.
of the multiplayer.
Mm.
The
It's a
one-
very good game.
The one I'm hoping is multiplayer is Enshrouded. That's the new one. It's like they say it's a mix between Terraria and Valheim.
Oh yeah, I've literally got a video of that saved.
I have it on
It
Discord.
looked good.
I
I liked
linked it
the
on the
building
Discord.
because it wasn't like solid blocks, like you could build sections like, oh, it just needs to be a little bit longer here, and you could do that without having to be locked to a building size. The one that I want to play is Derelicts.
I want to play Derelicts too. That's like, what is it? Green Hell with friends.
Well,
Yes,
Green
it-
Hell had friends too, but
No, I don't think it did, because you kept hitting me.
A game that really
I didn't
disappointed me
say good
recently-
friends.
A game that disappointed me
Sounds
recently was
like-
Void Train.
Which one?
I have Void Train on my wish list. Yeah,
Did it get better?
wait a little
Because the
longer.
beta. Yeah, I was gonna say
I
the
definitely
beta
wait
like a
little
year
bit
ago
longer.
didn't look good.
Oh, I never.
There's a lot of downtime in that game.
Yeah, it seemed like it was missing.
you're on a never-ending moving
Content.
train, and you have to like collect material as you pass it, and you
Yeah,
have like a
there's-
gun that works as like a thing where you can swing from places, so you can leave the train, but from my understanding, you also
You're always
kind of
like
keep
tethered
pace
to
with
it.
There's
Yeah.
also very
Yeah.
little reason to leave the train.
Oh. No, the one.
Yeah.
So the one I want to play through as soon as it comes out is Baldur's Gate 3, because I got it the day it came out, like the early release, and by the end of the week I had finished it like 4 times. So I'm dying for that one to come out, so I can actually play the whole thing. And that's
Yeah.
next month. And then I have a list of
I
games
can't
that I
wait.
want to play. But part of the problem is I have a lot of like single player games, and I spend most of the time running around with Rhino. So he's like, "Let's try this one." Oh, okay, we'll try that one. But
Okay.
we finished them too fast. Like I think we played. How long did we play? Like what was it? The new one, Sons of the Forest. I think we played for like
Oh,
5
it didn't take us
days.
that long at all.
And we were
blasted
done.
through that.
It's like,
Yeah.
And we even built a
Yeah, I mean-
house, and
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's also why I like don't really want to play games that aren't finished yet. Like Sons of the Forest, it's like I had some friends that were playing it, and they played it quite a bit over a course of like a week or two. But then a month later a new update comes out
Right.
and it adds like twice the building features, and so it's like, oh
Yeah.
wow, I wish
we
that
played
was
before
there.
the change, and we were like, we're
Yeah.
not going back.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You can now build stuff out of
Yeah.
stone and
Yeah, no.
and
Really?
they added golf carts and like all this
Yeah.
stuff where it's like, yeah, I would have rather just waited for the game.
Also,
to
that
be
game can
finished.
be over in
Right.
like an hour if you just go to the right places.
Yeah,
They
but
fixed
we
the
didn't
gl-
we
they
didn't know
fixed
where the
that-
right
they
places
fixed that.
were.
But they fixed
Yeah,
that
but-
very quickly.
But yeah, no. It's so like we play a lot of those survival games. So even in 7 days, like the goal right now is I just want to get to 300 and have all the things unlocked.
That's gonna take
If
a
you can
while,
deal
but
with
I've
the
never
UI,
played
you
that
probably
far
really
into the
like
game.
Project Zomboid.
You know what? I've played a little bit of Project Zomboid. I played it solo. I think it'd probably be better with friends, but it is more top down. You can kind of change the angle if you need to.
Yeah,
it's not
always-
easy. That's a hardcore survival.
It's really good once you get into it, but getting past the like UI and like kind of how clunky it is,
Yeah,
and
that game I couldn't play
Mechanics of
without
it.
mods.
Well, my
I
favorite thing
couldn't
is
do
like
it.
I read. I don't play. I haven't played it in a long time, but I still look at the Reddit page for it. It's the game that I told you where the guy thought his audio broke until he finally looked at his character and his character was deaf.
What?
Yeah, it's because you can get a random character made up. So his character that he random generated was deaf, so there was no sound in the game.
You did tell me this story. It's all
Mhm.
coming back to me. It was one of those stories that I was just like, wow, that's pretty cool, and then I forgot. I think you just told me it like a couple of days ago too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if I want to play a deaf character. It seems like you're missing out on part of the game.
you don't have to.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You
Yeah,
can. That's why you can have the random generated, and you get a chance to review it before you send it.
Can you have a
Yeah.
random generated like blind character?
I don't know about
I don't
blind.
Like, there's some pretty crazy ones
You
in
basically
there.
spend like
You
points
can
to
you
like
can be
nerf your
randomly
character.
generated with severe depression. So if you don't do things with your
Yeah.
character to deal with your depression, you'll have a rough time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so there's different, like, it's like a buff and debuff system. So it's like if you take a
Yeah.
debuff, you get more points that you can spend on buffs.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, there's also like it's actually kind of crazy, like the amount you
So,
can
like-
like you have all sorts of different addictions. You could have someone that like, is overweight, so they run out of stamina easy. You can have people that consume more water, like basically like every form of different medical ailment or benefit.
That seems like a little bit too much realism in a game.
Okay, so
Like-
there's not a blind naturally in the
There's,
game, but
I
someone
think
made a
there's like
mod
near
that
side.
there's
Yeah,
a
that makes sense.
mod that you can add that makes it so it's kind of black and white, it looks like, except for like right around
Yeah.
you. But it
Yeah.
increases your
Yeah, there's like
hearing, directional hearing.
yeah. There's like a
What is
nearsighted
Daredevil?
one, I think. Yep.
no. What is the name of this game?
Project Zomboid. I also like it because the nothing to do whatsoever with the game is a red panda that's on. I don't
Yep.
know how.
I don't understand. I think they're just the developers like they
Yeah.
left it. I think it might be like the developers like fucking Avatar or something.
Yeah, but it's a
I
red
don't
panda with a
remember.
backpack. Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's almost 10, right?
Welcome to
What
this
are you
week's
talking
When did you
about?
get
podcast.
It's
started?
fucking
Now-
6:38.
I know, but for me, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Everyone's
Get
2 a.m.
started.
And-
At the moment, I think we're just running through the forest, right?
Now, yes.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say also, I could stay up a lot later than even you people who it's only 6 o'clock for. Dalian I worry about because he's in the UK, but
It's
I
morning
literally
time.
woke up
I
an
worry
hour
l-
before we were supposed to start.
right. More and more I play with him, the less I worry about it. Because I'm like, this dude's schedule is horrible. So here's your options. We could start play without her, but we have no idea when she's gonna finally show up. Or you guys can play Saturday night.
I can't play Saturday, so let's start now.
Why can't you play on Saturday? Oh, you're moving.
Because I'm going to LA to pick up a car so that I can move.
You should pick up a truck.
It's like a fucking what is it? It's a big ass SUV, like one of the
Get some
fucking like
data and play on the
4-row.
road.
Like a
Suburban or,
suburban? Yeah, but
Yeah, like I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, a suburban of some sort.
why didn't you just pick up a
Um,
U-Haul?
Because I don't have to pay for this one. It's the family members.
Oh. How
Yeah.
far is LA from where you are now?
450 miles, it's like 6-hour drive.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I'm going down there with my dad, see some family, because I'm probably not going to see him for a while because I'm moving a 10-hour drive in the other direction.
There are airports, you know
get it.
that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, like I'll probably come back to see my family in the Bay Area, but I'm
Ye-
like
Yeah, your
I'm not
direct
gonna go to
family,
LA.
not extended
Yeah,
family.
yeah. Unless like we're all going to San Diego, like unless it's a thing where it's like everyone's going to San Diego or something, like probably not. But yeah, so I'm driving down to LA on Saturday, and then I'm moving in 2.5 weeks.
You sure? Because I'm pretty sure Alfie had you there last week.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I remember
When
the
you
conversation at the end of the last session.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, no. And she's like, wait, you're not coming now?
Yeah, at the end of the no, it's not the end of last day. I said the 5th and they said the 29th, and I'm like, what?
Yes.
So we got our wires crossed, but I was very confused for a moment there. But yeah, no, so no, I have I don't have my driver's license yet, so I have to take the driving test next week to get my license before I move, so I don't have to start over in Oregon.
You're gonna have to get your license changed in Oregon, anyways.
I'll have to, yeah, I'll have a 6-month window, but I won't have to take all the tests again. I can just transfer it.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
easier
that's
to
fair.
it's easier to transfer your
Yeah.
license. Like when I moved to Connecticut, I made sure my license was like taken care of in New York, so I didn't have to do it in Connecticut.
Yeah. Yes, because I've had a permit for a while and I can drive. I just don't have the driver's license, so I have to do that this coming week.
Oh yeah, I was able to drive
Oh.
before I had a license. But you're like,
Yeah.
what are you waiting for? You live in like desert too.
I
Like,
never. What do you mean? I live in a fucking nightmare place where people get in accidents down the road. People go fucking 85 down to fucking 35, taking out a fucking light pole next to a school. Like, there's fucking psychotic people here. I got no reason to want to be on the roads.
That's fair. It's like
And I took
I'd
public
want mine just so
transport.
I could dodge.
Yeah. I took public transport for like all my time in high school and college. I either rode my bike or took public transport because I was commuting like 3 hours. So it was like I never had a reason to get a license.
Mm, No, I lived in New York where you could take a bus anywhere you wanted to go at whatever time, and I
Yeah.
still had my license by the time I was like 17.
Didn't want it, didn't need it. I have to pay for insurance then. Like,
Only if you get a car.
well, if I wanted to use a car, I'd still have to be on my parents' insurance, and they'd have to pay addition for that. I was like, I wasn't gonna use it.
That sucks.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't.
There's
imagine.
been like one time in my life where it was like, if only I had a license. Now it's more just like, oh shit, no, I need it because I'm leaving.
All the changes.
Yeah.
Our little boy is growing up. I know.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't say that.
I said
Yeah.
it. So what? All right. Okay, now I have to like get out of talking and go back into like thinking about what you guys were doing. Okay, so you all were running through the forest. You had the whole group. You had left Slug behind. Why am I recapping?
Because you wanted to.
No,
You
I
started
don't. I
talking?
never want to. So, one of you do it. You know what? I've heard Rhino and like Gimbal do it, or Liam and Boris do it. Valiant, go ahead and recap last session for us. Surprise. You should always be prepared for this.
We were traveling to a forest to see if there was people there, to like see how the rest of the weird people who tried to murder us were, after being attempted murdered by a bunch of people from this dwarf's crew, who he seems to be, pretty adamant, like, we're cool guys, but they clearly weren't. We found some weird, like, bird creature, lizard creature footprints on the way there, so it's probably related to that somehow. And then we got caught, killed some people. They managed to set off the alarm. We decided to run. I'm pretty sure that's it.
So, out of all the words you use, kill, murder, and kill and murder were about 1/3 of them. It's like
It's the Cliff Notes.
we gotta work on that.
There was a lot of death.
He's like, what did you do?
in the
Murder,
last-
kill, slashing. It was great. Oh, and there was birds.
Oh, sorry,
War
manslaughter.
crimes.
I'm gonna change.
Intentional homicide.
I'm gonna change the titles to war crimes. I'm serious.
If you're doing atrocities and retribution against atrocities, is it really a war crime?
Yes.
It's not a war crime if no one catches you.
If no one catches you, it's not a very big war crime.
So you're gonna kill. You're gonna kill Derek.
Technically speaking, in order to qualify for a war crime, you have to be part of a standing military, which we are not.
This is why Alfie. Well, I was gonna say this is why I have Alfie around to keep you guys from murdering everything. And then I realized, wrong game. She's more bloodless
Yeah.
than all of you. Okay,
Wh-
I need
one where-
sane players.
me and-
I'm
I mean,
perfectly sane, and my character has a very cool temper.
Yes.
I don't see
I
the
haven't
problem
done
here.
anything crazy yet.
No. Middle name War Crimes, Savage Alfie, Thalion, who just looks good doing it, and then Liam.
I feel like I use.
I start to
I
worry.
I feel like my approach is, a little bit extra force up front, so that it just ends things early.
Yeah, we don't have to let the crimes escalate. We just nip it in the bud.
Yeah. All right. So,
I don't see a problem with this.
Liam, you're trying to guide everybody back. You're in your favorite terrain, so there's no sense in rolling because you can't get lost, right?
And I
That is true.
All right.
and I believe what Darrett's he's carrying a body and Alfie's carrying a body. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, Daret is carrying a body and Alfie is carrying a body, which is kind of funny because that person's body is going to be filled with bruises because she's very short and they're just dangling on the ground. So she's really
I ain't feeling it.
dragging the body along. No, they're not feeling it. They're just getting banged around. If
It
you were
depends-
hoping
well,
to
it depends
res
on which
them,
one it is
though,
and we ain't at a high enough level. It's not our
but I do
problem.
need constitution checks from everybody who's running through this forest right now.
Checks.
Yes.
Back.
Didn't we keep one of them alive?
No, you tried to keep one of them. Oh, look, she's here. You tried to keep one of them alive.
We murdered him, yeah.
Yeah, he was like,
Yeah.
he awakened the camp, and then everybody decided murder was the best
That
option.
seems like a wizard con check. It's better.
Let's see. Is it a save or
a check.
Welcome, Alfie, Biff.
okay?
No, it's Alfie.
Biff Alfie.
Wrong accent.
What?
She's like, whoa, that was the. It sounded like Biff.
Oh,
It was in the transitional phase.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. All right. So Thalion and Boris, you two are having like a horrible time running through this forest. Even though you're not
I'm not
carrying
built
any
for it.
bodies, you're just not built for this kind of thing. And Liam doesn't seem to be taking his time. So he's, dodging branches, jumping over brushes, just feeding a path back to the city or the town. And you two are just clonking into shit, running into trees in the dark. Even though you could see you're just missing it, things are coming out of the darkness way quicker than you're able to adjust.
You're moving so slow that Liam has time to double back and check our rear before forging ahead
These
again.
these render distance are bullshit.
You do hear like distant shouting behind you, Liam. I think you have the highest perception. Am I incorrect?
By a
there?
long shot. My default's
would assume-
19 passive.
Yeah, your passive is way up there. So
Dear God.
I only have a +2 wisdom. Imagine if I got better rolls.
you didn't though. So I don't have to worry
I
about
didn't, but
it. Okay. So you all are running. Thalion, you're looking kind of beat up, and you can hear the shouts behind you, Liam. When you double back, you can hear them. They are chasing you, but you have outdistanced them fairly quickly.
Alrighty.
Me and
Oh.
Thalion's fumbling, I'm sure, has discreetly hidden our trail.
No, not at all.
Hmm.
I hear messages.
Even if they're chasing after us, I'm just gonna forge full steam ahead because there's no point in covering our trail if we can just book it back as fast as possible.
Okay.
I'll worry about that later.
What level do I get Wall of Fire?
That's a level 4 spell, so level 7.
Okay, you're a ranger. He's a wizard. Stop helping him.
Neither of those questions were in character.
I know. Stop helping him, though. You
He
do
knows
not
more
to help
about
him.
wizards than I do.
Yeah,
Not like I couldn't have looked it up.
it's a
but
learning experience
knows?
for you. All
At
right,
the speed of Google.
speed of Google. All right, so
at the speed of D&D Beyond, you too can learn when you get this spell.
oh my goodness. Other than the occasional scrapes and scuffs, you will make it back to the road to the river gate. As you approach the gate is open. People are just kind of like still mourning the massacre on High Hill when you all arrive. It is almost morning.
Do we still hear,
Well-
hear them chasing us?
No. With Liam's guidance, eventually you will outdistance those shouts, but every little sound still resonates with Liam, so he doesn't let you like drop off. By the time you two get back, though, you're both exhausted. So you both have one level of exhaustion, which may also made you slower.
You just want us to die, don't you?
Yes. I mean,
How
no.
do you do exhaustion?
Exhaustion
Level
just
1 exhaustion
is
yeah.
10 feet of less movement for now until you get some rest. But you're heading back into town, so you'll be able to do that. So I'm not hitting you with it yet. If
Level
it-
1 exhaustion isn't 10 feet of movement. It's just disadvantage on checks.
No, level 1 exhaustion is 10 feet of movement, I thought. You want to. Disadvantage is the next one. Double check.
Sure, it's not.
'Cause
It doesn't, man.
The 10 feet of movement is
not-
the least one that hurts. I see both of you
I'm pretty
looking
sure
at
that's
your
just the
books.
encumbrance. I'm pretty sure that's
I
just
might be
encumbrance.
I might be thinking of encumbrance, but I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Level 1 disadvantage on ability checks. Level 2 speed is halved. Level 3 disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay, so I am
Level
mixing
4
up.
hit point maximum is halved.
I'm mixing up two different things. That's
Yeah.
my fault.
It doesn't affect anything right now.
Right, it's not affecting anything right now, so we're not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
But I am pointing it out.
Oh. So anyway, we get back to town and we have a conversation to have with the people who told us to leave. So we're gonna look for the mayor and I believe Cudgel already left.
No, Cudgel's still here.
Okay, I wasn't sure if she'd gone back to her.
Wait, no, I
camp yet.
take that back. Cudgel did leave the night before. Yes,
Okay.
I know.
So, we're looking for names of people, Belkin and the mayor.
So the last time you saw Belkin and the mayor, they were in the Brass Crab, but that was during the day when you left. Your returning probably would be 3 a.m.
Yep. I'm looking for them.
Okay.
I'm not gonna wait till they get their full night's rest to tell them that there's an army camped out over the ridge.
All right. So chances are Belkin would probably be right by the river gate at the Thorn Wall. At the big keep.
So I'll check there first.
Okay. So Darrett will like run up to the door, open it up, go inside yelling, Belkin. And she will arrive not wearing her armor, but she does have her sword still at her side. She's like, what is it?
Evening. I think we can put the bodies down now, fellas.
What is this? Why are we Who are these?
And I'll did they I can't remember if these fellas had any insignia on their armor or not.
They did.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna yank it off with the help of Alfie. I'm just be like, we got a few visitors over the ridgeline. A few more than a few.
Well, how many?
Thousands? A large, massive army, hundreds of tents, patrols. Yes, it's looking quite awful.
When you say army, she turns around quickly, and you can see her like hold her chin in her hand. She says, "This is not good. Garrett, find the mayor. Have everyone assemble in the Brass Crab. I must get my things." And she walks into her room, and you can hear her start putting on her armor.
Alrighty, fellas.
Garrett will run out the door, and he kind of like looks back at you, waiting. He says, "I'll see you in the Brass Crab."
Yeah, we'll be there.
With that, he will run out the door to go complete what he was told to do. What are you gonna do with these bodies? Hopefully, not keep them.
Why are we carrying bodies?
Evidence.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Don't they kind of
Um.
smell bad though? Like I don't think
It takes a while for bodies to smell.
Yeah, they've only been dead for like, I think about an hour and a half now that it took you to get back here, carrying them.
They're
That's
still a bit warm.
still kind of stinky, but okay, I guess.
I can help you carry it out then if you don't want to smell them anymore.
They kind of smell bad, but I don't know if you can carry them, to be honest. Kind of struggling back there. I was just kind of watching. It's kind of funny.
I can manage if you don't want to carry them anymore.
I raise my eyebrows.
Fine, you can carry that one, and I'll pick up the lads.
So that
I'll
symbol
go.
is on all of their armor. So you see
That
it.
symbol looks pretty familiar to most people who play D&D.
Yes, I'm pretty sure most people would recognize the symbol, but you all have no
Yeah, I know.
idea.
I don't know what this
We
is.
don't know
but
what
it's very
dragons
pretty.
are.
Yeah, you don't even know what dragons are. Well, you've heard
What's a
stories.
dragon?
Heard stories.
Dragging these nuts.
Really?
Oh! Oh my god! We've just been massacred. What the fuck?
Okay.
Well, for some of us, we don't know the meaning behind it, but if anyone was paying half a lick of attention to Liam's rantings over the last 3 days, they might recognize it.
Were you complaining about balls or something? What is wait?
I was complaining about lizard folk with this marking on them.
Yes, he has been talking about it a lot because he saw
And,
the lizards with it.
Yeah. And
Okay,
you
well,
just all got
lizards
punched
don't
in the
always
face by
mean
people.
dragons. You know that, right? Like lizards.
Yeah, we don't know
can
that
mean,
this
like,
means dragons.
can
Yeah.
mean like geckos.
I mean, technically, I don't think I really saw lizard people. I was never close to one of them.
Yeah, you still haven't seen the lizard folk, and they disintegrated before you can get a look at the bodies. So the only ones that
Wait,
saw them were
dinosaurs?
Alfie, yes,
Oh,
and I think Liam. Liam has already seen them, and
Everyone but me.
no, I don't think Dalian saw one close up.
One attack
I was pretty
stallion.
close to some of them.
Yeah. And
Oh
he
yeah,
actually
that's
has,
right. Yeah,
they-
and you have dark vision. Yeah, Boris is just
Yeah.
blind at night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
and
the only reason
humans
he
came
didn't
for
see
me.
them is because he was blind.
I'm blind, and the humans came for me.
Yes.
hmm
Which I forgot they had flaming swords, so that would have been much better fight earlier. But oh, it's such is life.
It would have made it
Kenders
easy. It
have
would have
dark
made it
vision?
easier
I
for all of
forgot.
us.
What was that, Alfie?
Do Kenders have dark vision?
No, we decided you didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted that for my own personal.
Yeah, you don't have the dark vision, but you were fighting them face to face, so you got a glimpse.
Under the pale moonlight.
hmm
All right. So you're in Thornwell Keep. 2 bodies. You hear Belkin getting ready.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the one that the lad left behind and sort of head out towards the brass crab if anyone else wants to follow.
Wait, you're taking the bodies with you?
I mean, we could leave the bodies and take the armor, but I don't want to leave them in the living room.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just dump them
yeah,
outside the
that's the
gate.
I just look here. That's our evidence down there. See that? Yeah. No. All right. So you will retrieve the bodies and take them to the brass crab. At the brass crab, when you arrive there, you see people. Everyone has kind of like returned to their homes and their sadness. Again, a lot of the menfolk were slain at that battle. Very few survived.
Why did your recap have murder and death in it so much?
Because there was a lot of it. But when you get to the brass crab, it is still the hospital. So there are people laying in as you walk into the main room, there are still tables set up with people laying on them. There's some quiet moaning. Most of them are asleep. You see Yame walking around tending to people. She looks tired. She has bags in her eyes. And she turns to you and immediately like heads towards you, like, are they okay? Like reaching for the bodies.
Oh, they're
Um,
dead.
Don't touch them. Don't touch
These
them.
guys are dead as.
Don't. Yeah, do not. That's not a good idea. Don't touch.
I'm
And I
why
think that
did
one
you
was
bring
dragged for
them?
the past hour.
Why would you bring them here then?
because we need to open up a larger discussion, and this is where the mayor and Belkin are going to be in a moment.
Would you like us to leave them outside the door?
I would prefer that you put them with the rest of the dead, yes. And there is a pile of dead, like wrapped up dead, not too far outside.
Given that these men had a hand in what happened, possibly, is it should we put them in the same pile?
I'm not burying them in the same place.
You mean they're mercenaries?
No. Worse.
I'm just the bartender. She turns away, like confused, and goes back to tending to people.
So outside, we can leave them outside.
Yeah, we'll just wait outside. The others got to come in anyway.
As you head back outside, you do see the mayor and Derek coming. The mayor is dressed hastily in. She doesn't look like she ever went to sleep or undressed, but you can tell that she has been sleeping in her clothes as everything is unkempt. And she heads over and she's like, "What is it? It's very early. Is there, what's the word?"
Just gonna look everyone around for a moment and just apologies for the early hour, but this couldn't wait. I'm sort of gonna like step aside and show off the insignias on the fellas that we're carrying. We found an army over the ridge line. Um, they're sort of well, if you look here, is sort of the based on my tales from our well sung friend over here. Um, my understanding is that this army means nothing good for the land.
She like looks down at the bodies. She kind of looks over each of you and she says, "An art like how many?"
I had a moment to count, but I saw hundreds of tents, probably thousands of soldiers, all armed, ferocious. Many of them are far more than human.
Far more than human.
So, out of curiosity, with my military knowledge, with his description, would I be able to give a better estimate of numbers based off of the tent size and tent information and what he saw?
Um, he hasn't really described the tent sizes. He described like the
Or well,
amount
the
of
tent numbers and
fires.
yeah. Hmm.
Um, I'll let you roll an intelligence check, but the DC is fairly high because you're going by his
Okay.
description, and he kind of saw it and went, "Nope." He didn't sit there and count.
I saw it and went, "Oh, my friends were being assaulted."
Right. So, um, you're thinking his estimate is in the thousands, but you can't really narrow it down without having seen it yourself.
Okay. Then I will confirm. I'll just, back his statement with what he described. I believe that's accurate.
That's fair. All right. So you are you basically explain to her thousands, and she's like, this this is not good. Are they looking for a fight? Or like um what are their intentions? We need to call a meeting. Where's Belkin? And she like
He's on our
turns
way.
she turns to Darrett. Darrett's like, as I told you, ma'am, she's coming. She's like, yes, okay. Um Yami, we're gonna need a room. And Yami's like, take the large meeting. She's like, come this way. And you all head to a basically like a party room. So it has a large table, some chairs, and she like sits down at the head of the table and invites all of you to sit down as well. Dart will not sit down. He will take a position at the door, like he's guarding the door.
Or is it because his armor's so misfit that he can't actually sit down in his chair?
Well,
I
he has removed the play armor that he was wearing for
Oh,
the
okay.
reenactment. He's just wearing a doublet now.
Mm.
what was I gonna say? One question I did have that I forgot about last time. The tongue in which our assailants spoke, was that alike to anything Liam has ever heard before?
The tongue that they spoke in?
The language that they spoke, did it at all sound like anything of this earth that he has heard before?
No. Only when the humans spoke, they spoke with an accent that you don't
Yeah,
recognize. But when the lizard folk spoke, no, you didn't recognize it at all.
got it.
It's parcel tongue.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, not wrong.
But wrong world. Keep it out of my realm here.
Stop crossing genres, damn it.
Yes, I already do that enough in my head. Stop it. You're not helping. So she will like immediately start like running around, and you every now and then you're like, Jami, I need paper, scrolls. I need to send some messages quickly. And Yami's like, okay, like stop yelling
One
over
calls for aid.
stop yelling over the hurt people. That's why I gave you a room. So they keep going back and forth. Obviously, they've been friends for a while, but eventually she'll come back into the room with some like armloads of paper and some maps, some scrolls, some ink, maybe a couple of sticks of charcoal, and she starts laying everything out on this table. This is going to be your war room at this point, evidently. Um,
While everyone's running around getting everything ready, I want to look for just a small like piece of wood, even if it's like yanking the back off a chair or something. I just need like a small block. Is it something I'd be able to do?
yeah, that's fine. What are you using it for?
I kind of got my hands on this creature for a moment. I want to try and use my wood carving tools to whittle a resemblance. Rough, maybe not great, but something that gets the idea across
Of the symbol?
of the
The
creature,
lizard.
the lizard
Oh,
person.
you want to carve
What?
out one of those. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you can get a block of wood to do that. You're gonna have to roll that skill though.
Yeah.
Um,
Um.
and it's gonna take a while. I mean, I don't know how much detail
Yeah.
you want to put into it.
No, just like really rough, like kind of blocky shape. Just like get like snout, horns.
He's
Wings.
just trying the
Well, no,
Gorn that
just like a
attacked.
bust.
Oh, you want
Yeah,
to make a
because we
bust?
like its body. Yeah, the body was like under cloak and stuff. We saw the wings, but you just be like, it has wings. He got a moment like before it disintegrated just with its head,
Right.
and he just wants to try and replicate that to get the point across.
Okay, cool. So you go around looking for that. She goes around looking for papers. What, Alfie, Boris, Dalian, what are you doing? We'll start with Alfie.
Hmm.
I want. Is there any food around? I'm kind of hungry.
So the brass crab, they have the food that was kind of left over from the festival. So it's about a day's old, but it is laying around and like stacked up in a corner. Nothing fresh though.
That's fine. I want to eat it. I'm going to sit and I'm going to eat because I am hungry.
Okay. Boris?
Boris has selected a seat in this room and is catching his breath.
All this running. I'm not meant for this. Give me a book.
I am an intellect.
All right, so you're just catching your breath and resting. I'm guessing you're going for as much rest as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you do have a room in the brass crab.
I don't want to miss it. It seems like we're in a heightened state at the moment, so best that I probably don't disappear for a period of time.
Okay, and then Thalion.
I was going to kind of play music for the wounded and try and like use the Song of Rest ability to like try and help people.
Oh, you're gonna try and give everybody that feel good feeling?
Yeah, just make people feel better about music because I'm good at that.
All right. So you start playing a nice quiet melody to make everybody feel a little bit
It's
better.
just like something subtle. I'm
Alright.
not gonna like sing a power ballad.
Yeah, you're not rocking out. I gotcha. All right. So you start playing music. You guys are all doing your own things quietly. Belkin will arrive, and the mayor will like, "Have you heard?" It's like, "Yes, they came to me first." She's like, "What do we do?" She's like, "I don't know the size of the forest, but if it's as many as they say, we may have to consider leave evacuation." She's like, and the mayor turns back and says, "No, there has to be some kind of. We must communicate with them, see what they want. Maybe they're not here for us. Maybe they're just passing." Um, Belkin kind of gives her the.
It'd be a bit of a dick move if they were just passing and decided to slaughter half the town.
Right. They killed 90% of the menfolk and they were just passing by? I don't think so. So this they start sending out letters to people. Darrett is sent out to retrieve certain individuals, and basically the war room becomes a in and out traffic. And you guys are watching as the traffic comes in and out. You can hear the conversations. They're not being really quiet, especially since everything is dead quiet. But as morning comes, more and more people start showing up to find out what's going on. Why did this happen? What are they gonna do? Like, they don't have people to like support them anymore. So a lot of, I would say, refugees, but they're in the same town, are outside now. And um the conversations between the mayor and Belkin go back and forth. Belkin has taken a very serious, solemn look. Her smile and her, happy demeanor is gone. She is all the soldier right now. The mayor is stressed, like bags under her eyes, hair unkempt, like clothes just ragged. But she's trying to keep a calm demeanor for her people. You can tell. Liam, you could see through it. She's really like, you could see fear in her and you could see concern in Belkin. Dart seems to be doing what he was meant to do. He's just not happily, but he is running his errands, taking his messages, doing what he can as a good soldier. Yame seems tired as well, taking care of all the people. You can see, yeah, you can see sleepy in Boris's eyes too. Um, in the morning though, you hear riders coming, like just horses clapping down the streets outside. And remember, a section of the Brass Crab has been opened up to the outside, so it's not like you can hear it through the door. And you see a small pony and a horse. Cudgel and another man start walking into the Brass Crab. Cudgel looks at all of you, gives you a nod, and heads over to see the mayor. The other man behind her just looks at all of you. He doesn't like really nod at you. He just looks at you and follows her in. She's like, "You're back. What's the news of the Ironclad?" She says, "Well, it seems that half my mercenaries have turned against me. Jay here has led the half that stayed loyal." He kind of just nods at the mayor. He doesn't say anything. He says, "But it's not good. Nobody seems to know why. They were just paid. And like mercenaries are known to be, sometimes the gold is enough to shake the loyalties. But I believe that what's left is still loyal to me, or they could have just overtaken me." She says, so the Mayor Raven will turn around and say, "Well, that's good because we'll probably have need of them." Coach was like, "What do you mean?" He says, our fellows there found an army to the north. And at that point, they all look out the doorway to you. And Liam, they beckon you
Hmm.
to come in. Like,
I just sort of look around to everyone else and just take a deep breath, taking my
Wait, I
wood
want to
carving with me.
go. Can I go with you?
well, this
I'll just give her a nod.
Yes.
it's just they just settled on Liam because he was there. The rest, you're not paying attention, Alfie.
I want to go. I
Also,
don't
remember
need no
Wait.
a lot of things will probably get directed at Liam just because he has such a high perception score. He notices things before the rest of you.
That's fine. That
Okay.
doesn't mean I still don't want to go,
She had
though.
enough
No,
awareness
that's
to notice that she wasn't invited. That's
yeah,
all that
yeah. She
matters.
noticed that. It's like, yes, you can go.
Woo.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like Liam's always doing like Liam's hands are always busy with something, like he's whittling, but like as soon as they stop talking, he met eyes with them.
Yeah. So you all go inside, and well, so far it's Liam and Alfie. Do you two go as well?
Sure. If they,
If there's no protest to extras, I would
I'll
put
happily
my
go.
book away.
No, the party room is big enough to hold all of you and then some. So you all walk in. So it would
I feel like
be
if this is going to involve me doing something after what it's all involved us doing, I feel like I should be able to say something if I want to. So I will join.
If this is gonna involve any risk later, I want to be involved in the decision.
that's fair. Okay, so you all will show up inside in the room. You all go into the room, and it's the four of you. Slug, Yame is not paying attention. Like she's lingering outside, but she's tending to her wounded. Darit, there is a couple of burly older fishermen, obviously like town elders. Um, there is Mayor Raven, Belkin, and Cudgel, and her second in command, which you've heard his name is Jay. She says, um, she says, the dwarf, Cudgel, will look at you and says, so, there's an army to the north? How many?
I only had a moment to scan it before we were attacked, but saw at least 100 tents and probably a couple thousand, over 1,000 for sure, armed men and creature.
Creature. I keep hearing about these creatures. And Jay just kind of,
How's my wood carving coming along?
I was gonna say, it's been a couple of hours. Why don't you roll me carpenter's? You should have a tools check. If not,
Yeah, you put one on my sheet
yeah.
already.
So go ahead and roll that.
Can I roll it open?
Yeah, if you like.
I would like to see how badly this goes.
Oh,
Did he just fall? Just saw him disappear.
he threw himself off to the side after he saw the dice roll.
I saw the 19, and then it just and I so anyway, the wood split in two 5 hours ago.
No,
and-
it didn't. So remember, you rolled a 1, but on checks, there's no like critical fails. So you still rolled a 7. The block of wood wasn't like soft wood, so you're having a hard time getting like the details, and so right now you just have a hunk. It still needs a lot of work.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll go with that explanation. It just wasn't an easy piece of wood to work. Because you're not a
Got
bad wood carver. It's just you didn't have the right tool.
Yeah, and I was in a hurry. Um, and so I don't know if anyone else had a different plan, but I wanted to take the armor and any like other markings off of those people we brought, so that we didn't have to lug the bodies around inside to pull it up again.
Okay.
But so at that note, uh, I'll just sort of gesture over to some of the armor. Um, we were attacked by uh, uh, two humans as part of a patrol. They wore this armor. with the same marking that I saw a few days ago on the road. Um, and then they were accompanied by a few um, creatures, which I don't know how other to describe than lizard-like with bony protrusions, horns almost coming up over their head, large bat-like wings. My companions, at least some of them, got an eye on them as well as they ambushed them. These creatures also spoke a tongue in which I have not heard anything of the like on this plane.
So while Liam's telling your story, you could see everyone in the room is looking at him. Liam, you were telling the story and you notice Belkin is staring at you intently. And when you mention these creatures and describe them, there's almost like recognition. She doesn't say anything. It's very
Don't
slight.
forget
And
about what
then-
happens after you kill them.
I'm getting there. So I pull like a little hunting pouch that would be used for like gathering berries and such off my waist, and then I say, they wore like basic cloaks and stuff to almost conceal their features, but when
Oh,
slain, and I
I'll
just
put some of the cloaks out because I think I was the one who grabbed the cloaks.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but when slain, and I just pull a fistful of like it was like ash almost, they turned to stone after releasing like a puff, and all that was left as they crumbled was this.
Now, to that, everyone just looks confused, including Belkin.
That's what happened.
Oh,
I
and the
got a few
humans had the,
corroborators.
and I put the sword. I also placed the swords down. I forgot I had the swords.
um,
Things you remember.
they
Hmm.
that is the extent of our encounter. I know. I'm not sure how much everyone saw as it was over quite quick, but I know Alfie here went toe to toe with at least one of them. I'm not sure, and I'm gonna look over towards Belk. I can never remember his name, but the squire. Um, do you happen to get an eye
Darrett.
on them as well?
So
Darrett.
Darrett is his name. I
You got a pretty close look. He was stuck to one of them for a while.
I saw the robed figure, but the light was dull. It was like fighting a shadow. It did take a hold of my sword, though.
Humans.
Hey,
Yeah.
like
Everyone
the
looks
whole
Italian.
room just looks at you because you are they are all humans. Except for the dwarf, who's like elf.
I stand by what I said.
I said it.
I said it with my
I
chest.
just sort of, I just
Magic missile.
almost glance. Yeah, I just scowl at Thalion sort of dismissively because I'm not harried by the same problem he seems to be inquiring about.
If anything,
But,
you're like the natural predator to it.
yeah.
Um,
So well then, what did you see, our keen-eyed friend?
Pretty much what you described.
Well, I mean, that's not very descriptive.
Long lizard-like snout. Do they have tails? I forget if they have tails.
yes.
Okay, because that'd be something notable. That I definitely remember if they had tails. How tall were they? Like, taller or shorter than like
About 6 foot.
me? Okay. These are the sort of things that I'd remember about like weird creatures.
And their
Um,
robes were tacky. No.
Yeah, old.
Yeah, their robes were
Old or,
kind of
like,
tattered.
yeah.
But you have the robes in front of you, so you could see
Yeah.
those.
And like the symbol's weird. I mean, I wouldn't assume it was just a small thing if they have a symbol that they're like
So,
writing under.
so have you put the symbol out yet? Like showed it to everybody?
Yeah,
It was on
yeah,
their
it would have been
clothes,
like the
wasn't it?
first
And
thing.
All right.
Was like the armor of the symbol.
So while you're describing them, Belkin will run her hand across the symbol, And her look will be one of dread.
Are you okay, Belkin? Why do you look so sad?
She looks down and she gives you like a weak smile. And she says, "Soon."
Oh, so not ominous. That's so good. I'm glad. Okay.
Well, I was going for ominous.
Soon
So,
as in
yeah,
you
that
will,
worked.
as you will tell us soon, or soon we will find out.
She kind of like looks at you like real steely gaze. Like the soldier in her returns instantly as she looks at you, Boris. She says, "Soon." And then she like eyes the mayor, who is having a breakdown.
Hmm.
Do I get the sense that she's seen this before and has some knowledge of what it means?
Roll me an insight check. More to see,
No.
like you're getting something. I'm gonna tell you. I want to know what you're getting. She knows something, but you don't know. Like she's acting very strangely, especially since this is a meeting where everybody seems to be sharing, and she's not sharing.
She's being guarded.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
assuming I clearly picked up the hint that she doesn't want to discuss it in front of the distraught mayor. Is
yeah,
that what I picked up from her look? Yeah.
that's what I
Okay.
was giving you. Yeah.
Okay. So I was picking up what you're throwing down. Good. Good. Good.
Perfect. At this point though, like Jay will kind of look over at Cudgel. Cudgel will look up and just tell him what you know, lad. Jay will step forward and he will say, "My men also encountered a group to the north. I don't know if it's your same group, but large numbers, robed creatures. We didn't engage them though. We saw them from afar, and our scouts were returned quickly. It says we were also dealing with Garganus's men, so we didn't have much time to investigate further. Raven will thank you and him. And says, "All right, our first order is to find out what they want." And says, "What do you mean what they want? They're an army. They're probably here to take us." And um, she's like, "No, there needs to be. It's got to be a mistake. They can't want us. We're an insignificant fishing village." Belkin doesn't really say anything. Cudgel's like, "Well, if it's war they want, it's war we'll give them. My mercenaries can hold the road."
I mean, it. They're like one of. They're technically a small, insignificant, but they're one of the smallest towns that would be considered a port on this river. Right.
We are. Say that again, Boris. I want to answer your question, but I want to make sure I
They're
understood
one
it.
of the smallest towns that would be considered a port on this river.
Yes, they would be considered a port on this river, and they are not the largest port on this river. Correct.
Yeah, but they're also the smallest and least defended.
They're not the smallest. There are smaller, like fishing villages all along the river,
but not with like that has a port of space for multiple ships.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, this is probably the least defended actual port. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just point out that you may not see that you may see that you're insignificant, but I'll point out that you are the least defended port in on this bank with the somewhat decent port attached to it.
Um. Well, yes, but I mean, they're not on boats. They're on land. Why would they need boats? I mean,
The rivers, they're going from north to south. The quickest way to travel would be via boat.
Also, at the very least, we're a supply stop. Large
She
army moving.
So while all of you are talking, she looks over at Belkin, and Belkin doesn't smile, but will just kind of like slightly nod, like their line of thinking is possible. She says, "Well,
Whatever it is, I'm gonna say that a force that size isn't for conquering a fishing village. They have grander plans in mind, and we're most likely a stop along the way.
well, the mayor will say, the safety of my people is my top priority. I will do whatever it takes, but we will not leave our homes." Cudgel says, um, I feel obliged. My men or my former men betrayed my trust, and my ironclad are at your service no matter what. If it's our spears you need, it's our spears you shall have. Raven kind of puts her hand on the dwarf's shoulder and thanks. Jay nods, and Belkin just kind of takes it all in. But at this point, you hear like, "What is the meaning of this?" And you hear Yami going, "Shh, the wounded, they're in there." She's like, and you hear Lord Bacchus heading towards you.
You do no. Did you say the mother bitch that I want to punch in the face?
I did not say that, but yes, that's the same individual.
That is-
Oh,
that is.
when I hear him, I immediately stand at the door and barricade it.
Wait, what?
Me.
This tiny girl
Barricade it with me.
No.
Okay, so
I am the barricade.
so you jump in the doorway and do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you jump
counts.
into the doorway and see him coming. He has his son in tow, little Baracus, and he kind of looks down at you and says, "What is the meaning of this, Mayor? Have your little watchdog stand aside."
You can fucking eat my fucking shoes. Get out of here.
As a lord of this town, I feel that I should be involved in all such meetings.
Okay,
Are you
if
gonna
you're
be
the Lord,
involved
do
in
you
defending
want to take responsibility for death?
Well, as yes, I suppose I shall. I mean, I am a lord. I should be able to delegate. Raven kind of like you can hear her sigh quietly. She's like, "Yes, Lord Baracus, I have yet to summon you. I see that your ears are everywhere. Um, little one, you might need to let him in."
But I don't trust him with a war. He's snooty. But fine. And I fucking like kind of like open the door a little bit and like try to spook him by almost slamming the door closed as he's trying to walk in, but then I open it.
So
Yes.
you go to slam the door, and he will like start back, like, "Oh," and then he look at you, savages, and he just walks past you.
Oh, I'm going to like that thing when people are like you want to fight and they like flinch their chest. I'm doing that.
You're gonna flex at him.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on. So you kind of flex at him, but he is already looking past you. You do see that his son like jerks away from you and like kind of
Yeah.
walks around his father to stay on the other
Mhm.
side of you. He
That's what I
says,
thought.
"I find this to be a slight, Mayor. You should have summoned me immediately. What is the situation?"
I
And he
start
ki-
mocking him in the background.
And he kind of looks down at the table and puts his hands down, like moving the papers around. He says, that some information would be helpful." So the mayor
Well, you
will.
are a lord. Wouldn't you be privy to this information already?
Well, I know that half the men folk in the town were slain, or more than half. most of the able-bodied men. We have a few remnants of militia left. We also have a few elders, and he kind of nods at the two gentlemen sitting in the room. He says, but for the most part, our town is defenseless, and there's rumors. I'm here to find out the facts, good sir.
I mock him in the background. Like I'm like behind him, and I start like making mocking faces, and I start like mouthing his words, and like start making like a chicken motion.
Hold on a second. Okay, so him and his son don't notice that you're back there just doing whatever the hell it is you're doing. But the people who are looking at him all see you.
That's fine.
I can't help myself. I look at her while she's doing it. Like my eyesight breaks from him to look at her and then comes back. I can't keep my concentration with that going on in the background.
So, and the mayor is too frazzled to find what you're doing like humorous. So she's just like looking at you, almost like scared. Belkin looks over at you and just like, like giving you the head shake, like stop. But you hear like from Dart. So, or Darrett. Darrett, he kind of chuckles at you like, what the hell is going on? And immediately gets a glare from Belkin. Or Becklin. Sorry, I keep adding an L like the router into her name. It's Becklin. Don't let me keep messing that up.
Belkin, makers of fine USB cables.
Yes,
Wait,
yes,
stop.
because
Now I'm
what if I do?
confused.
That's the name that jumps into my head. It's Becklin.
Becklin.
Yes.
Becklin. Lynn, like Caitlin. Becklin.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I've been calling her Belkin, which is the routers and cable people. Because
I wondered where I recognized that name from.
Answers so much.
So anyway, back to what's going on in the room. So you are making fun of her, and you are getting some responses from people, but he's not noticing you at all, and neither is his son. His son is standing at the table looking down at the pieces of paper. Cudgel will be the first one to actually say something. He says, so what do you have to offer, Lord? He says, well, I am a lord, and I can dictate to the people. I mean, Mayor, you must have a lot to do, and I kind of doubt the abilities of your companions here. And that's when he kind of looks over at Alfie and sees Alfie like in the middle of a chicken stance. He's like, what? You're a strange creature, you.
I will immediately stop and be like, "Oh, so you have resources then, correct?" And I kind of like put my like chin on my hands.
Well, yes, I do have resources at my disposal. I am rather rich.
So, how much money are you going to donate to the people in need that are dying right now? And like, I give her like a big smile, like, "You're gonna help, right?"
Well, why are you selling aid?
No, but people need resources. What if the medical supplies run out?
Well, I believe
People need food.
Yes, I believe we have wares, and since half our population's gone, I would believe our larders are in a surplus currently.
Are you also
You
gonna
seem
go
quite
be like a
pleased with that.
diplomat and get other like areas to come help us? That would be helpful.
I'm
Well-
enjoying giving this guy such a hard time.
So, are we seeking allies currently? Like, again, I have not been assessed of the situation to give my expert opinion.
I glare and I back up because I don't know what to say now because I don't really know how to handle war. So
As for you, he looks over at Boris because I didn't hear what you said. So, what did you say?
Oh, when the way that he said that we have pretty much stating we have plenty of supplies, I was just like, you seem very happy with that.
Oh, no. I think it's a tragedy. I just don't understand why such a thing would happen. He glares at Cudgel.
Do we get any sense?
I
from
was
him,
gonna
like-
ask,
Yeah, can we
like,
insight
does he
that?
think it's a good thing? Because I feel like he was lying.
If you guys want to roll insight checks, go ahead.
Yes, I would love to.
I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him. and
And
you've
you
seen
can't
my
throw
strength
him at
score.
all.
Like
You
immediate.
would probably go the other direction.
He's like, it's a tragedy, and all of you are like, is it? So, Liam, you're kind of like looking at this guy, and you're almost to the point where you don't even want to pay attention to him, but you do like look at him when he says the comment. Boris and Thalion are less subtle about it. They're like in his face, like, is it a tragedy?
Eyebrow goes up.
He just kind of changes the subject on you, but no, you don't think he cares about anybody who's died. He only cares about how it's going to affect him. Like, you don't see any remorse. He just looks like this is an opportunity to be in charge.
Well,
I just-
it's
I-
awfully convenient that your son wasn't part of the display earlier.
Well,
Oh,
my son is an educated lad, and he is not a soldier. I don't believe you took part either.
I took part.
Did you? He kind of looks you over. You lived.
did you?
Yeah,
You
I fought.
lived? The fuck?
I state I lived. I am also educated. You can do both.
Well, I mean, levels
Well,
of
some can,
education and
all.
prosperity are different from town to town, I would suppose.
I just either way, and I just kind of like hand wave him, and I gesture to I want to say Balkan now because
Becklin.
I gesture to her like please continue.
Becklin wasn't saying anything. So
Or
she
well, no, like back to the meeting.
Oh, back to the meeting.
Gesture.
So he's like, oh, like he did not like the hand wave, the dismissive gesture. You could have just smacked him across the face. It would have probably had the same.
I think I've dabbled in some politics, so I think it was very.
Yeah, all of you see it. He is seething as he looks at Boris right now. He's like, I am a valued member of this town. I am a lord, and I have resources at my deploy. I expect to be treated with some manner of respect, Mayor. The mayor kind of looks at him frustrated and is like, enough! I don't have time for this, Balkus. You want to take part? Go see how the stores are. Make sure everybody's eating. Make sure everybody's taken care of. If you want to plan the combat, come back after we have a chance to, like, get it down on paper. It's too early. He's like, very well. Come along, son. And he, like, heads towards the door. We'll leave the rabble to their work.
The work is now
As
beneath
he's
him when he doesn't
leaving-
get to be in charge of it.
As he's leaving, like right as he's like about to be out of earshot, I want to be like, man, I hate that fucking guy.
And then close the door. You hear, huh, as you slam the door.
Yes, sir.
Raven kind of just settles herself. She goes, okay, we need to figure out, we need more information. We need to know what their intentions are. We need to find out. And about this time, you hear like a bell. Just ding, ding. You know that there's a bell in the center of town.
Liam's up and moving. He needs to look out a window.
Oh, I didn't turn this on for you guys. I so apologize. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. Oh, never mind. It's not going to do it. Or maybe it will. Okay. So, Liam, you jump up and head out. The mayor looks like a little bit surprised. Becklin looks at Dare and goes, see what it is. And he runs out with Liam. So the two of you are running out. What are the rest of you doing?
I will follow Liam.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the people running.
Okay. So there are all of you running, and then Jay and Darit. They are also with you. So they have been sent by their people as well. And what you see is there is a person coming from the town center where the bell is, and he's running. He's like, Ryder at the river gate. Soldier. And he points towards the river gate. Garrett and Jay immediately head towards the river gate. The river gate is the gate you guys have been coming in and out of.
Yeah, so let's go see what it's about.
Nothing good.
Did I ever get my whole back, or is that like gone? Cause I didn't directly state that I picked it back up. So I just, if it's gone, I'll take it. But like,
Well-
is it gone?
We had time to clean up at the end.
I don't.
I
Where
was
was your
fine.
loot pack?
I
It was
threw
in
it
the-
on the ground because I needed to use an axe because they were close, and then I got donkey punched by a horse in the chest.
Oh, you're talking about from Battle of High Hill.
Yeah.
We're gonna say that you picked it back up. Generally, if you leave something behind and there's no way you could have gotten back to it, no. But again, like Liam said, you had time to go back and pick up your stuff. You tended to your wounded, and then you guys regrouped. Remember, everybody grouped up with you at the hill, so you could have picked it up. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But yes, be mindful of that because there are chances where you won't be able to grab your things.
Yes.
Okay. So all of you head running towards the gate. When you arrive at the gate, you do see people huddled about, murmuring, and they part ways for you. And as they part ways for you, you see at the gate an armored rider on a warhorse. Warhorse has full barding. The rider is wearing armor similar to the combatants you saw earlier, the humans, and they're just sitting just beyond the gate. So the gate is a wooden gate. It's like just a wooden fence gate, like palisades. It's not very high. It's open. It's not. It hasn't even been closed because nobody said to close it. And it just goes from cliff face to cliff face underneath the Thornwall Keep. And just beyond the opening is this rider sitting there.
Well, I guess we approach, but I think we're all probably waiting for
Yeah.
the leader of this town to say something.
To the who?
Waiting
The
for
mayor.
the
The
mayor.
mayor's not with you. They sent you all to
Oh.
check.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
They didn't follow. Okay.
Yeah, no. The only ones that
So
went
who's with us?
Jay,
Oh,
Cudgel's man, Garrett, the squire, and the four of you.
oh, okay. I thought okay.
So when you guys ran out, they looked to you to find out what it is. So there's just, like I said, this rider. She kind of sees all of you, and she will like lean in, seeing Liam bearing his weapon, and says, "Do you speak for this town?"
I can relay a message.
Very well. She holds out her hand, and you see a scroll.
I'll approach and
Oh.
go get the scroll.
Yeah, I'll take a step forward with him, but I'll let him grab it.
Okay, so the two of you come forward. The horse kind of jostles a little bit, but nothing major. It's just, this soldier face. Now, there's probably about 50 people at the gate watching this interaction. Nobody has gotten close to the gate. As you step outside, it will just hand the scroll down to Boris and put their hands on horn, waiting for a response.
Okay. I will step back to where Liam is, and I will take a glance at the scroll.
So you read the scroll. Here, I'll put it for you too. Actually, I'll put it for all of you, so you can read it. I was hoping one of you would read it out loud, but I'll do it.
Oh, people of Vogler, by the orders of Belafeon, whatever, the voice of the Takisi, you will quarter the soldiers of the invincible Red Dragon Army this night. Refuse and die. This is the Dragon Queen's will.
Why do they want a quarter from us?
No, they're asking for housing for the night, or
Room
demanding
and board.
housing.
I guess. I mean, it's probably best that we do house them. No, we don't want
I don't
any more
think-
casualties.
Definitely got the space now.
Uh,
Oh,
Oh,
A
I
bit
mean, you're
too
not
I-
wrong,
soon.
but damn.
can
holy
I
shit.
Valiant too
Look over-
soon.
right? I'm assuming Darrett's probably one of the quicker ones of us. That's not. I'm gonna have him, since he's a squire or whatever he is. I'm gonna have him run that back.
Oh, you're gonna hand it to Derek?
Yeah, tell him to run it back to see if they want to provide an answer, because I don't want to answer for.
Yeah, we shouldn't be the ones answering this
So
question.
he takes it and runs off. He gives you a salute real quick before he runs off, and he heads down. Jay is standing there with all of you, and he says, "Occupation's not good. Cudgel is not gonna like this." So he runs off.
I agree, but it's not my call.
The soldier sitting outside hears you say, like, "We can't answer," and he says, "Oh, I guess there has been a bit of a comprehension problem. You don't have a choice." And
Well,
with that,
again,
No,
is it a
that's
male
fine.
or a
It's just
female?
we don't make the final calls here, So we just, we think it's fine. We probably have vacancies. It's just, we just want to make sure, like, the mayor knows. So, like, if you guys need anything, it's nice and comfy.
As stated, we can relay a message. It's
Yeah.
not. I mean,
But,
again, if it's not an option, then it's not an option. But again, all we promised was the ability to relay it, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
but
the
it's
answer will
likely
be
fine.
forthcoming.
Well, it's likely fine.
So
I will
I
leave
knew a
you.
little bit about who this Takesis like dragon lady is, right? Because I wrote that check a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'd ask him what does she want.
So the rider on the horse is a female, by the way.
Okay.
And
God, I'm so sexist. I'm sorry.
no, I'm not that it makes a difference. I'm just.
I know.
It's a girl.
Yeah.
So, what was your question again?
I basically said like, so what business does the Dragon Queen or Dragon Lady or however I need to recheck the wording, the Dragon Queen have in these lands?
And she looks at you and she says, "To rule over all of it."
I mean, that doesn't sound great. Is she like, does she like do taxes? Like, what are her policies?
Can we really be asking
She
this
just
right now,
kind of
my
like
guy?
shakes her head and she like turns the horse to leave. She says, "Prepare for my army. We shall be here soon." And she starts to ride away.
Like rude.
Slowly.
So during these interactions, I want to try and scan the horizon line and the tree line and see if I can see any movement other than our friend on the horse.
Perception.
Cool. Give.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So you like follow. Now she's walking down a valley. So there's cliff faces on either side, about 30 feet up. And there's a cliff side on the side you're on, which is where the Thornwell Keep is. opposite, so on the right, there you look up and you do see some robed figures standing on the ledge, looking down.
Similar stature to what I've seen before, possibly.
Possibly. So
All right.
they are basically guarding the gate.
I'm just gonna sort of keep an eye on them, not like staring them down, but just track them for as long as we're out here.
So she actually turns back to say something to Thalion in his rude comment and sees you looking up at the ridge. And she says, yes, they're here. No one is to leave. And then she continues riding.
Man, that was my wish. I wanted to leave.
We probably should leave.
As she's riding away, eventually the mayor and Becklin will show up. The mayor, like an entire army, and this is too much. Becklin looks a little bit more distraught than she was earlier, and she will like make her way to stand next to Liam, and she says, "We need to talk."
And not here. They got eyes on the gate.
She looks up. She says, "I don't see them."
Several hooded figures in the tree line. They're not going anywhere.
Very well. Back to the crab.
Good plan.
So at this point, the mayor's like, "All right, shut the gates. Set a watch. Find some of your most able men. A couple of the remaining elders, we'll see to it. Derek will volunteer, and Becklin will quickly shut that down. No, you're needed elsewhere. If
I
any,
tell the mayor to just make sure that no patrols go outside. They've clearly stated they don't want anyone to leave, so best keep all patrols inside the gates.
Cudgel and Jay look at each other and is like, "What do you mean we can't leave? I need to gather my men."
Well, as Liam said, they're watching. And
They might
they just
see
stated
it.
to us.
We're probably going to want to get some people out of town.
So Cudgel
Even
looks
to
up.
just warn people.
Yeah, we may have to deal with that. And they reluctantly turn to follow all of you back to the Brass Crab. You reconvene in your meeting room, and the mayor is now aggravated. He says, "Okay, so they're sending an entire army here." Becklin
Yeah.
looks very sorrowful. Cudgel's like, "Well, we can hold them off." She's like, "Cudgel, thousands against your hundreds. I don't think you can hold them off for long." He says, "No." Cudgel's immediately like, "Defensible positions, hit and run tactics. We can hold them off for days." Right, Jay? Jay kind of like, maybe?
And you hold them off for long enough to evacuate the town.
What do you mean evacuate? The mayor will look at you. She says, "We can't just leave." Becklin will look over and go, "That may be our best course."
You've got to know when to call it.
No, we need to stay and defend our homes. Cudgel's like, "Yes, defend our homes. My lads will die defending you after what we've put you all through."
Okay. But what about those who can't defend themselves?
I'll look towards some of the more educated members and just say, any of your tales of years past say what happens to an occupied town and the folks that live in it?
Everybody kind of turns to Becklin. And Becklin goes, "If it is an army and they are set for conquest, it would be better for the people if they were not here. Give them the town." The mayor will look at all of you and she says, well, fine. From last count, we have about 400 people left. How do we get 400 people out of this town?
How many ships do we
boats are
have?
there?
Ships. We're fishermen. We don't
Oh,
have ships.
yeah,
We have boats.
The
How
same
many
thing in my
boats?
head.
I don't. I would have to make a count.
You just need to get them to the other riverbank. An army can't follow that quickly.
And get them. I mean, the closest town would be Coleman. So crossing the river, even if it was more than one trip straight across, and then walking the rest of the way. One, because most of your townspeople probably aren't going to fare well against an entire army, and two, not only they need to be safe, but other people probably need to be warned.
I I don't want to give up the town, but I see the merit. But if we are to leave, across the riverbank is not our most ideal place. Liam, you realize that the other side of the riverbank is the Shadow Forest? Like, not immediately,
Right.
not immediately, but it is. There's not too many settlements on that side. The suggestion is made by one of the fishermen. Why not downriver to Calumet?
Oh, that's downriver? I thought that was upriver.
Well, it's up on the map, but it would be you could flow towards it.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I meant. Like you just gotta get to the other side over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, if it's wineland, you'd just be,
Yeah, it would
to the
be
nearest
this.
settlement.
Right, it'd be the same if you can get everybody on boats. The
Yeah.
same way you guys traveled here was faster than walking. Would probably be better to just stay on the boats.
Well, yeah, but my idea of walking was if there wasn't enough space
Yeah.
for everyone on boats, then it might have to be a trek.
But if
for
we have
some.
enough whole boats for the whole town, then it don't matter.
She looks at the fishermen and they go, "There's boats all over. I mean, some people use it as furniture. We'd have to make an inventory, but we've never tried to put the entire village on boats." She says, "Well,
You would
get
also-
to it."
You'd also have to do it without raising any suspicion. Because if
Sounds
they
like we
feel
have
that we're
some
making sudden
scouts.
movements to leave, then that army might be here sooner than we would like them to be.
Sounds like we have some eyes to blind.
My thoughts exactly. Belkin will say that. Belkin, my thoughts exactly. Perhaps we should deal with their forward scouts. Any ideas on how to do so? And she looks at all of you.
What are the ways onto that ridgeline?
Climbing.
Do you have any dangerous beasts that we could release? Does anybody know? Like, we could, like, pretend that, like, big scary beasts, they got to deal with that, and they will come and hang out with us after.
Like, the whole room is looking at Alfie right now, a bit confused.
Like, you know, if, like, I don't know, like, Mortis, can you make some big scary monster with their magic over there? I don't know. Like, you could summon, like, an orc guy, like, before, and then, like, you arr, arr. No?
Perhaps not.
Okay.
Cudgel
You have
will.
I like
very
the
good
idea, though.
intentions, Alfie. Very
So-
good intentions there.
Like,
Cudgel's like, I need to get to my men. We also, if you can blind them so we can get out of town, that'd be great. You can either climb the cliff face, which is like 30 feet, or actually it's a little bit more than 30 feet in certain areas. You can circle around, which would take hours to find a rise beyond the cliff using a boat. Or you can try to sneak out at night, which I don't think will work since they're watching the gate. And you hear, and everybody kind of turns and looks towards Darrett. Darrett looks at all of you and says, Declan, what about the gnome flinger? And Becklin kind of goes, "You would have to talk to Thane."
I give a
That
look
sounds
of
fun.
the what? When he says,
Right? Like, what the fuck?
Derek kind of like shakes his head. He says, he calls it a gnome flinger. It's supposed to send people very far. It's sitting on top of Thornwall Keep. What just happened? Okay, that was weird. I can't hear any of you because Discord just went out. Hold on. Oh, that's great. Can you hear me now?
Still barked. But that's okay because we've taken over.
So Discord crashed on me for whatever reason. So can you all hear me now?
yes.
Yes.
All
Oh,
right. That's
say
just,
one more thing.
one
Okay,
more
no, I
thing.
think we're good.
Okay.
Okay. You're good. Yep.
Like it restarted completely. I was like, oh, okay.
Awesome.
Yes, Lady M, I'm blaming you. I've inherited all her issues from this morning or this afternoon. All right. What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
That we're level 10 now.
Yep.
Yep.
That is not something I said. Nice try. Move on.
Well, we already picked out his spells, though. We already know what we're gonna do. And
So you know what you're gonna
You
do
made the plan.
when you finally
you said
reach level 10, but not today.
No, you said something about the gnome flinger and then having to talk to someone.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said his name. It didn't.
That's why I don't know when
Lock
exactly.
in.
I was just like, what happened? And I got a black screen where my Discord was. Okay. So, yeah. You would have to speak to Thane. And then I described where this flinger was. It's on top of Thornwell Keep. You all have seen it.
Hashling slasher by chance?
What?
Did you just make a SpongeBob reference?
Yep.
Well, that's what you said.
It's the
Yeah, it's the
Hashling
hashling
slasher.
slasher.
Okay. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
I have
Okay,
an idea
indeed.
in my head what this might be, but I guess we're going to go talk to this gentleman about the gnome launcher or whatever it is that he called it.
The dung eater.
Gnome Flinger.
Gnome
Same
flinger.
difference.
Not the same.
The dwarfapult. Got it.
Oh.
Yep, pretty much.
That's the
So
that's the open use version.
Becklin will send Derek to go get Thing.
And I look at her and be like, "What is this item?"
Person?
I haven't used it. It looks more like a siege weapon than what he calls it, but supposedly he can safely send people great distances.
Is it the only method of possible connection between this side of the cliff and that one over there?
I wouldn't have recommended it. That's purely Derek.
Valid. But just, checking all our options, there's not a way to cross over between the cliffs. Physical way.
No. The only way would be to climb
Alright.
under them, and that can be dangerous, slow, and they
And-
probably see you coming.
I see us coming.
And
Cut us.
I didn't take Featherball.
You also didn't take athletics.
Mm-mm.
Probably better than the bards, though.
I'm
Hey.
an intellect. No, I mean, for climbing, yeah. I don't think
Athletics
I
is
no,
a
'cause-
straight
Yeah,
0.
I'm not gonna. When he said
Oh,
30,
okay.
And I'm
oh, then his
proficient.
strength is better than mine. My strength's a -1.
Okay,
Wait,
I
what
couldn't
are we
remember
doing?
whose strength
Strong
it
boy,
was.
I'm ready. What are we doing? And I start
Alfie heard
flexing my
punch.
muscle.
I mean,
My
You-
strength on my character is a 6. That's not the modifier. That's
Okay, yeah, no, that's what I was like. I thought the bard had like a
So,
-3.
I have a 0 because I'm proficient.
it's
We-
the skill itself is what you're looking for. Yeah, my athletics is still a -1.
She's
Alright.
up technically better than me.
So while you all are standing here waiting for Dart to come back with Thane, Becklin will pull Liam to the side and says, now is as good a time as any. And she will look at the rest of you to like kind of gather you around. The mayor is busy talking, trying to figure out how many boats they have. So you all meet quietly in a corner of the war room. Becklin will look down at the table and start talking without really looking at all of you. She says, my command here is more of a retirement, but I take it very seriously and I do try to keep abreast of situations happening. I have heard rumors about an army to the north. I believe that this Red Dragon army is this army. I was hoping was only a rumor, but it seems now that it's not. I've been in this town for decades, and I know most of the people here, and even before the massacre, these people are not soldiers. They will not do well in a fight, nor will they do well in an occupation. They need to leave. And I think
Well,
we need to do what we can to get them out of here.
that is what we're doing.
I would suggest evacuating them as getting them ready to leave at a moment's notice. The army said they would return tonight, but armies are slow. They do not move quickly. So I think we may have more time than that, hopefully. I think that if you follow the river to Kalaman, you can find safety and sanctuary there.
Right.
About this
Does this
time,
mean you? Can I? I just want to ask you. The way you're phrasing this, does this mean you have no intention of leaving?
I am a knight sworn to protect Vogler. She says it as that should mean everything to you. And she turns and like walks out of the room. About this time you hear, I'm coming. Why are you always rushing me? Standing at the doorway with Garrett is a gnome and Garrett. He says, hello.
Hello.
Are you? You are. And he's like immediately comes over to you and like slaps down what appears to be like a big magnifying glass on a helmet. Like he has a headband with this eyepiece, and he's like staring at you intently, Alfie. I've never seen one close up before. This is amazing. Do you feel this? And he pinches your cheek.
Ah, yes. Why would I not feel that?
I don't know. I heard Kender are a very strange lot. Are you afraid? Urgh.
I am concerned why you are so close to my pretty little face, but I'm not really scared.
Concerned. That is excellent, but not afraid. What if I? Rah!
I'll stare at him very confused. I will not flinch, and I'll just be like, "What?"
There, it's true. They're not afraid of anything. I'm amazing. Like this is such a find. I've never met one of you before. Pleased to meet you, Thane. And he starts to shake, like grab your hand and shake you vigorously.
Oh, okay, this is happening. Hello.
It's like, and he kind of looks at all of you. He says, I've seen you before. I've seen your kind before, and you're just a human. But, Garrett here says you need to speak to me.
I'm just sort of staring at him like wide-eyed with my head cocked to the side, and I'm just like, you mentioned something about a gnome launcher flinger? A Nomopult. That was the one.
No. I never mentioned anything. I said hello. But
No
I was
Yes.
referring to Derek.
I have built a gnome flinger. I gave it to Belgian so that she could use it to defend the town and send messages, but she's never used it. I don't know why.
With a loud sigh, I just go, well, there might be a need for it depending on its level of risk.
We're gonna use the gnome flinger? Happy days! And he like runs out of the room.
What?
Well, that didn't give us any
We're supposed to
answers in regard.
trust something that guy
Well-
built.
Maybe
Uh,
we'll make our risk assessment on site.
Derek just kind of shrugs and says, he seems to really think it would work.
Did you not see? Did he not test it?
About that, we did, but the cows didn't survive.
What did you
Why
do?
it- okay,
Why would you test
I'm-
it on cows?
Well,
Would you rather she test it on children?
to Thane's defense,
They're fragile items.
he said that they couldn't use the device that was supposed to stop their fall. I forgot what he called it.
Oh boy.
Are you kidding,
Tinker-
my guy? This does not sound very
Is it by
good.
any chance called a
Tinkerers
no
make me feel nervous.
Um, well, maybe we should go see where he went. And Derek kind of walks
Yeah,
out.
can you describe this? Like he's second guessing himself now.
Yeah. Mhm.
He leaves. He goes to follow Thane.
Yep,
I will
I'm
also go to
following.
follow to go see where Thane went. What the fuck?
Okay, so you all go to follow Thane, and you end up back at Thornwall Keep. Thane is like, "This is so exciting! This is real test subjects. I mean, users. Yes, users." He's like, "This way," and he leads you up to the roof of Thornwall Keep.
I'm
Sit.
going to look at Liam and be like, I am starting to think that this is not a good idea.
No,
I
this
don't
is a
know about
fantastic
you.
idea. It'll be fine. I have devices that'll keep you safe on landing. They're called Neri crashes. Because nary a person who uses them crashes.
And how many
What
people
The
about
have
fact that
used
cow?
crashes is in the name is not comforting.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but what
until
about
I
the
invented the
cow?
Neri crashes, people crashed. That's the cow. Well, that was sad. The cow didn't know how to use the Neri crashers. Oversight on my part,
But-
I admit, but I am a gnome after all.
Do you mind explaining what this item is and what it does?
Here we have the gnome flinger, and he will point at a device that looks very much like a catapult with a lot of bells and whistles.
Does it look stable by any stretch of the imagination?
So it looks really stable because the gnome flinger. So again, tinker gnomes. This may be a new concept for all of you. Tinker gnomes tend to build things that are overly complicated to do most simple tasks. This is a catapult that has been invented to throw people. And it has
Great.
all manner of like attachments on it. There's like little spinning things. Occasionally you see steam coming out of like an area of it. It is a very overcomplicated catapult. That
Great. I'm glad that we're doing this. Nobody is gonna die today.
I'm so glad too, and he will hand you a packet.
What? What is this?
That's an Neri crashes.
And
And
how
what does that do?
you use it?
Well, when you're soaring to your destination, you pull it. And he points to a little red thread. Well, not a thread, but like a little sash.
Okie dokie.
So you're saying that we are going to get launched by a war device
No,
across a
a
canyon,
gnome flinger. And he like looks
an
across
artillery piece.
from where you all are. You can see the robed figures in their small camp, just like lingering about. They're kind of far. You figure they're a good 120 feet away from where you are. So they're not really paying attention to you, but they are sitting there watching the gates. So, yes, it would throw you from one side of the canyon to the other side. And you see Thane kind of like making adjustments on the machine and aiming it. And it does pivot on the tower towards the camp. He says, yes,
What happens
I'm
once
going
the
to
string
take
gets
you
pulled?
from here to there. How close do you want to be?
Well, I guess that
Oh.
depends what happens when you pull the string.
So, I don't understand how like non-gnomes survive. When I pull the lever, you
No,
will...
no, I'm talking about this thing.
Oh!
And I pointed the thing that our half of this deal.
Oh! That makes more sense. Well, when you pull this thing, it will keep you from hurting yourself on the other end.
How?
How?
Well, it kind of expands into a big bladder of air, and then you fall into it.
What?
It will expand into a big bladder of air, and you will fall into it. So hold it in front of your chest when you pull the cord.
And you sure there is no other way
How-
we could possibly get down safely?
Not as fast and as efficiently as my gnome flinger.
Okay,
How
next
loud is
question.
it?
How
That's a
loud
good
is what?
question.
Ooh.
The landing.
There's a loud poof and a shh. So, kinda.
So we probably don't want to be that close to the group if we use this. And
No, we might want to be right on top of them because they're gonna see us coming.
Yes.
okay, again, how long is too long to wait to pull that cord? Obviously before hitting the ground, but I mean,
Yes, that would
what
be
is
too
the
long.
Yeah.
If you have hit the ground, you have waited way too long. I would recommend not pulling it too early because the sudden expansion of air and velocities will rip it from your grasp, and then you will fall into the ground anyway.
Okay.
So maybe
So
like
it's
around
clearly
the
on the
tree
distance.
line.
I would say 10, 15 feet.
Oh, that's
Oh, okay.
This is going to go great.
I mean, I could aim
Next-
into the trees, but branches, you might get hung up. And then branches
Next.
might puncture the bladder. You kind of want to aim for that
Alright.
soft spot right there where they're camping.
And how many is this a single use, one person at a time?
Oh, no, I'm sending all of you.
It's big enough to send all of us at once.
Well, it's meant for 3, but she counts as half.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Oops.
How many cows do we have?
No.
Right
Wow.
now,
Oh,
I don't have
And
any.
how accurately can you fire them?
So after the last time, the mayor forbid me from sending any more cows off the gnome flinger. Sorry. I need...
Would we better use the gnome flinger to fire objects?
No, it's meant for firing people. Why would you try to change my device? This is not a weapon of war. This is a delicate instrument. He kind of caresses it.
Didn't need to see that.
also technically, if you're going to be launching us with the intent of landing on them and what's going to happen over there, it is definitely an instrument of war.
No, it's a fast traveling teleportation device without the magical means.
I mean, a ship is also that in a way, but when you put an army on it, it's an item of war.
Boris, now's not the time for this kind of semantics.
Oh,
We don't want him to not let us use it.
So he's just looking up at you, blinking. He says, "No." Now, mind
So
you,
anyway, are we going to commit a pact of self-destruction in a way in order to accomplish our goal, or are we looking for other methods?
I
I look
mean,
towards everyone else.
ideally, whatever we do, we want to do it early. Because the army gets closer and closer and closer, and we don't want to do it when the army's close.
It's gonna take us time to climb and walk over.
but we also need
And I
time.
worry.
So, Cudgel needs to rejoin her group so they can set up their defenses.
But in order for them to leave, their people that are spying need to be gone.
Correct.
Unless we go through the water.
Unless we go for the
Don't
what?
know if there's a water route.
Someone could just swim around.
Well, that would take hours
Yeah.
because of the cliffs.
Mm.
The next, it's like a few
Was-
hours away.
Was Liam able to tell how many could he make out how many were up there on the cliff?
And from here across, seeing again.
You see 4 of them.
I mean,
If we
either
try
way,
to
you
go any
kinda-
other way, yeah, if we try to go any other way, it'll either take too long, or they'll see us coming and they'll send word back that we're trying to get
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, even now, like you see occasionally look over in your direction, but they don't.
They're more worried if there's movement out of the gate than what's going on in the city.
Right.
And we're gonna want
Oh.
things to move quickly.
Right. That's why I will send
inside the
all of
town
you at the
as well
same
as outside
time.
the town. And
Right.
the way I see it, Cudgel's probably gonna want to come with us.
No. Cudgel is going. Once you take care of them, Cudgel and Jay are making a break for their troops. They need to
Ooh,
ride
good
fast.
question. How are they going when we launch? In hoping that we do our job, or is there something that we're supposed to signal them with?
No, as soon as you launch, that's the signal.
We are the signal. That's fantastic.
Night, Lady M. Good luck with the halfling.
Well, it will be quite a glorious way to go out.
Hold on, I don't want to die.
Nobody's gonna
Like
die.
this.
Just make sure you pull the red sash
means
on the
out
Neri
of this-
crashes.
He means out of the village.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, so if it goes bad, Alfie, just try and grab one of the tree branches on the way down.
Well, here's my next
I mean,
thing.
OnlyFans
We
wasn't
I
have-
mean, Alfie's gonna have low
We
terminal
have-
velocity.
So we have to pull between 10 to 15 feet before we strike the ground.
Yes.
How much time? Well, it'd be difficult for Liam because he needs 2 hands to do it. But how much time would we have in our descent?
Descent.
Does Thalion have an ability that he could strike someone from a distance as we descend?
I can insult somebody.
I know.
I have heat metal.
I'm flying through the air and your bomber dresses you funny.
Okay.
Bet
Because
you
I
can't
don't
even
know.
fly.
I was gonna say because yeah, that would in order for you to, it'd be great if you could shoot your bow, but you also wouldn't have a safe landing.
I'd probably die horribly if I tried to do that, I
Yeah.
imagine.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, it was just an idea because I mean I could probably hit one.
I like your
Right.
thinking, but perhaps they will be so enamored by our spectacular way of thwarting
Entering?
their plans, yes, that their guard will be down and we will have an element of surprise.
What are the odds we can try to land on them?
I don't know if it will have that kind of pinpoint precision.
Especially when we're all moving
Mm,
together. We're gonna be. We could just
There might
like
be a bit of a
have really good odds of
spread.
landing on one guy.
I'm sure I can get you on them if you like.
That would be preferable.
Alfie is just
Oh, I
staring
don't have a better
wide-eyed
plan.
at the situation.
Say that again.
Alfie is just staring very wide-eyed at the situation, being like,
Still
about to
holding
die.
the flotation
"I'm
device.
gonna die."
I feel like any other of your characters would be super okay. It's like super up for this.
No, I'm not
It'll be
really good with
fine.
heights.
Trust me. I have been inventing for years.
Name
Yeah,
one
but your
other of your
cows
inventions.
died.
Gnome Flinger.
We are not
Cows
gnomes.
dead.
Nary Crashers. There's 2.
All right. Well, I don't have a better plan.
Yeah, this
If
is
any
pretty
of you
much.
have. Mhm.
Excellent. Let's get him in.
Oh my god.
There-
Oh my god. But what about children and old people who don't really are good with the instructions? What are we going to do?
Well, aren't you getting the village ready for evacuation?
Yeah, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean they're going to know like how to do this stuff.
Well, yes. We take one thing at a time. We take care of the soldiers across the thing. You climb back down, and then you can. We take care of this. We take care of the evacuation. Get everyone ready. Find some boats. I think they're looking for boats right now, and then you should be fine. But your mission is there, and he points across the cliff.
I look at Liam.
He
I'm
says-
very confused.
The gnome will actually come up and like grab your face and point you towards the cliff. He's like, "There, that is your goal. You
Yeah, but,
can
like,
do
why?
it. Feel it. You can do it."
Will
We
you
need
give me
to.
something
I'm just-
special to do it?
I'm just
If I
I'm just
say
gonna like
yes-
push him.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If I do this, will you give me something in return? Like,
I can give you credits as being a test subject. I mean, a fellow contributor to the Gnome Flinger device.
Can you
Hey.
give me like something that's a little closer to like my life in value? Because like if I come back and I'm like, hey dude, I did it, it's like
I don't.
If,
I don't.
if we succeed, let us leave with Nary Crashes.
I tell you what. I'll give you 10% of all sales and inflow from the Gnome Flinger.
There's one of them, and you're not selling it.
Well, not until it's thoroughly tested. I mean, on the market.
oh my goodness gracious Christ alive, I'm going to die.
I don't-
in this.
I just want this over with. I'm okay with that.
How about this? How about you get some sort of a miniaturized for our friend here, and I gestured toward Alfie. What if you make a version of your contraption that could fit in one's pocket and could be used to fling silverware?
I
Fli-
would love that very much. If you could do that, that would be pretty cool.
A spoon flinger.
A spoon flinger?
Yes.
Why?
Because you want us to test your machine, and you make that, and we'll test your machine.
Oh, fine. Deal.
All right,
He
let's
puts
go,
out his
baby!
he spits in his
Get
hand
on
and
the
puts it out
line!
towards you.
Fuck yeah, let's
Towards
go.
me.
Yes.
I slap it. I slap it.
Yeah.
No,
Wet slap.
I slap it. I slap.
As he shakes your hand, he's like, I don't know why humans do that, but I always find it amusing, so I figured I'd
Okay, well,
start.
yeah, it's kind of gross actually. Because now I have your spit on my hand, but he's fine.
look-
He's fine. Let's do this, baby.
When you say spit
walk
on the
past the
hands,
note.
he's like, ew, why do you do that, human? And he kind
I
of like
look at him and
goes
I go,
like this
"I do
and
not
wipes his
do
hand
that."
on you.
I don't do that, and I just kind of take a wide walk around him as I head towards his death machine.
Okay, wait.
And I'll just mutter, it means you're serious about the deal if you're willing to trade spit over it.
He's gross.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah, you're willing to do
He's still
something gross to
gross.
ensure the deal.
Oh,
He's still gross.
it is. Okay, fine. Now, let's get you strapped in. So he will
Oh.
put a backpack
What?
on Alfie.
Oh.
And he's like, so the device he gives you has straps. So he pulls those straps over your arms. The device is in front of your face, in front of your chest.
Mhm.
And so it sits on your chest, and then right here, like right in front of the pack, so the pack is in between here, there's the cord that he told you to
Mhm.
pull. And then the straps go over your shoulders and connect on the back of you. Okay? So he goes around and puts those on each of you, and he makes sure that they're okay. And he makes some adjustments as he's checking each one of them. And he says, now, if my calculations are correct, you all should be able to sit together You might have to sit on that one's lap for balancing. And he points to Thalion, Alfie. He says, you need to sit on Thalion's lap. And he's like, you need to be in the middle. You need to be on there. You will need to be on this side, and you will need to be on this side. And then he starts pulling out a device and kind of looking over the ridge and like making twist sounds and click sounds. And then he puts it away. And he says, okay, I think we're ready. Are you ready? This is so exciting.
While he's strapping the backpack stuff on me, I just mutter to him that if this kills me, I will come back and haunt you.
I've never been haunted before. That would be an experience. But I don't want you to die because I need you to kill those things. But maybe you could test one of my other experiments and that could kill you and then you can haunt me. That would be a really thrilling thing to happen.
I have no wish to die.
Well then, why did you ask to die?
I didn't. I said if it did kill me,
I won't kill you. You'll be fine. He slaps you on the thigh and he's like, quick, climb aboard.
I have a very displeased look on my face with this.
I am liking this guy more and more as we get to hang out with him. I hope he doesn't die in the long run.
If I lived as long as I did to die to this, I'm gonna be very upset.
Oh yeah, no, me too. But like that's like besides the point right now. We don't really have a choice.
Darrett is looking at all of you, and he's just like wide-eyed, like they're really gonna do it. And I hope you're right, Dane. Dane's like, no, it'll be fine. Trust me. He says, okay, on the count of 3. Ready?
Yeah, do it.
He goes, 1, click, shoom.
Just as we start reading here, motherfucker.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
You son of a bitch. All right.
My tongue.
So you all are flying through the air. Oh my god, this is hilarious. I didn't think you were gonna do it.
This is where it's like we somehow managed to pull out on different combats. This TPK's the party.
So,
right.
So
get crit 3 times in a row.
Since
no pulling her TPK.
All of you are yelling. Okay? All of you are like, well, not Liam, but a couple of you are like, fucker! And and I'm flying. So all of you go flying across. The robe figures will look up in your direction and see you inbound. And they immediately grab for weapons and shuffle about to prepare to meet your incoming arrival.
I like look at one and I point at him. I'm like, you.
Liam just whispers, shite.
Would you like to roll initiatives?
Another big sigh.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
Yep.
Oh, it worked! I'm so happy with myself. Oh my goodness, some good initiatives. I'm gonna put Slug. Well, Slug is. Slug wanted to fly. She's very upset that you didn't take her.
She's also charming.
Oh yeah, she exists.
She's a little baby. She's not allowed on.
Hold on, I'm rolling their initiatives.
She just strapped to one of our backs like a baby.
Whee! Oh, and he wouldn't be there
Yeah, she
either.
gives me the height requirement.
Okay. All right. So, everybody roll. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna come. No, actually, it's 11:30. So I know we started late. Do you guys want to continue through this combat, or do you want to pick up at this combat?
How long do we think this combat could take?
I mean, as of now, there's 4 of them. It could be fairly quick.
Right. I think you guys can handle it quick, but I mean, it's definitely gonna go past 12 o'clock.
Well, yeah, that's 20 minutes from now. So
yeah, so I think it'll
I can go for I'll be honest. I could go for another hour 20 maximum.
Okay. All right. Everybody's fine with that then?
Could handle.
All right. So a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna refill my drink because I've been talking a lot and I haven't had a drink, and I'm gonna use the restroom to get rid of the drink I had before. So 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I just remember that we're all still wounded.
Yep.
We did not take it.
we would have gotten a short rest.
I mean, that's a good question. When he gets back, did we technically
Yeah,
get a short rest during the
a good
hours
question.
that?
I
Because
took a
we've
short
had
rest,
like it's been many hours. So that's a good point.
but I didn't think about it at the time.
Yeah,
I didn't.
no, it was, yeah. I forgot that it's the same day.
And I can get back a spell if we take a short rest, right?
Like technically, I made a point of saying that I wanted to use my Song of Rest action, which is a short rest action. So
Yeah.
Mm,
if anything, that should kick in.
It's technically a new day, so I would be able to use Arcane Recovery again. So that's nice.
Why didn't we sleep before we left?
Well, we technically got a. I think we had enough for a rest. It's just we didn't. We were so involved in everything else that we didn't even. We
It
didn't
might
really
have come up if
vocalize
that,
it.
dickwad didn't show up and like tout his big voice around.
We got so busy just trying to make his life difficult.
I hope no one tells them that we're evacuating.
Me, fuck it. Ooh.
He's in charge.
be
You
great.
know what? It's the perfect time to give him a big leadership role over the city.
Lead the defensive forces in a charge against the enemy.
All right, I have returned.
Welcome back.
Okay, so our starting question is, because we didn't think to voice this one, but we sat around for a while and did stuff. Was that enough for a short rest?
Yes.
Okay, because we were like, we just said we're wounded, and it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys want to roll the dice, you can, and then I'll give you the short rest. That'll reset everything.
Could I technically invoke my power of Song of Rest since I did say I want to use it?
Yeah,
earlier?
you did. You did.
Yeah.
So you got a Song of
I
Rest
love
gives
that,
everybody
'cause
like
I
a
rolled a
D6, right?
Yeah, an extra. I'll read it because I
Yeah.
forget.
So do I.
You can use your super move to help your performance to regain hit points at the end of the short rest by expending one or more hit dice. Each of those creatures regains an extra 1d6 hit points. Yeah, so
Right.
Oh,
just
okay.
an extra 1d6 to everybody who spends hit dice.
Now, isn't
I'll
it an
just
extra
roll it.
1d6 every time they roll a hit dice? Or is it just
No.
1d6? Okay. I know there's one that every time you roll a dice, it gives you
Yeah.
something.
It goes up to 1d8 at 9th level, 1d10 at...
Okay.
Well, I'll take one hit point. Why not? One damage. I'll take it. Doesn't hurt me.
Now remember, you can
Got it.
keep rolling dice until you decide not to. You don't have to pick the number.
Yeah.
You just get to stop.
Well,
when
I
you're
mean,
done.
I don't want to roll. I don't want to roll a whole another
use my
dice
extra
for
dice.
one hit point.
What's 4
Oh.
minus 11?
What?
Hell.
7.
You mean 11
Seven.
minus 4?
Yeah, whatever.
7.
7.
Thanks.
Are you changing your hit points automatically?
Well, because we rolled
Well-
the extra. Well, I changed it after. I rolled
Oh,
that
you rolled the
D6.
extra dice. Okay, yeah. There's a way that he could
Oh, yeah,
apply
wait.
that to you so to work on your hit dice things.
It's too late.
Oh, crap.
And I'm going to use the Arcane Recovery to get one of my second level spell slots back, just in cases.
So now everybody remember their initiative because you already rolled them, and I don't want to take them away from you because you guys rolled good. But when I
Yeah,
give you the rest, so everybody remembers their initiative,
It
Okay.
says it on the
Nope.
combat tracker.
right? But when I
Yep.
hit the thing to rest you, it clears it.
Oh.
So that's why I'm asking you to remember it, so I could
16,
put
yep.
it back.
Got it.
I love it.
Yep, got it.
Okay. All right. So short rest and bound. See. All right. So Liam, I think you were at 24.
Yep.
Thalian, I think you were also at 24.
Yep.
And then
I put it in the chat, in the DL chat.
Yeah, that's behind something. So Alfie, what was yours?
11.
11.
16.
Boris, 16.
16. Mhm.
All right, and I know
Yeah.
one of these guys was in between you, so I'm gonna give him 15, and then I'm gonna leave the rest after all of you. So it doesn't matter after that because they were after you in initiative. Fair.
Fair.
And I also like the way that worked out because they're like looking up, but like, what the fuck is this? As you all start, you've reached the top of your arc and begin to descend into them. Liam, we'll start with you.
Alrighty. So are we picking up after crash landing, or are we?
No,
are
you
we
have to.
still
You have
in
to.
the air?
You have to. You're still in the air. I just said you're on your descent.
Okay.
How high off the ground are we in this descent?
So it is a full arc. So he was sending you 120 feet. So he had to arc you up into the air at least 60. Plus, you're over a 45-foot cliff already. So you're 90 feet in the air at the top of the arc and descending quickly onto the other side of the cliff.
So do I have time to do things now, or is this the turn of pulling the cord?
This is your turn.
How long is it going to take for me to fall? I don't know how physics works in this imaginary world.
So pulling the cord is a reaction.
Okay, that's all that works for me.
And you are falling fast enough that you will hit the ground at the end of your turn if you do nothing.
All right. Can I fire a bow in flight?
You're proficient, I'll allow it.
Alrighty then. So as we're soaring in the air, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark upon one fellow. And I'm going to follow up with a flurry of 2 arrows into his face.
Alright.
Hopefully with the sun behind us, so it looks really spectacular as he's blinded and the arrows hit him in the eyes.
Alright, I'm putting them on the combat tracker, but hold on, because I believe they screwed up this encounter in the thing. And I might have to change it, so 1 second. Oh, okay, no. I'm not changing. Okay, go ahead.
Alrighty. I'll just pick number 1. And remembering how to do this.
Now,
this one is...
I'm gonna say flying is a new experience to you. So I would say that there are some negatives to this.
Perfectly understandable.
All right. But
Probably something I got to worry about while rolling.
Right. So I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's a full disadvantage, but I will do the -5 because there is air hitting your arrow and trying to knock it off the bow as you're flying through the air. Plus, you have this thing on your chest as well. So
yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff in the way.
Yeah, so I will say it's -5.
Understood. So -5. Shot number 1, and this isn't surprise by chance.
Roll me not a stealth check, but more of I don't know how.
Shock and awe.
Yeah, it's a shock and awe check. So I would say that would be stealth, and I'll do it off their insight.
I feel like it's just like almost like a what in the world is that?
Yeah, because I know if I saw 4 people launch into the air towards me, I'd be like, what the fuck? And I wouldn't do anything right away, so I will give it that way, but we'll roll against their perception. Fair enough?
Fair.
All right, so roll your stealth. And you're rolling for the whole group.
Okay, well, that had the -5 on it. Oops. So +5.
So +5 to that would be 25. So I can't even beat that. Like, even with my pluses, I won't be able to beat that. So I'm not gonna even bother to roll. Yes, they are looking up like, what the fuck is happening right now? As you guys descend. So yes, you will have a surprise on it.
Okay.
Oh, I like the sound of this for what I wanted to do.
Okay, -5 with advantage then.
Yes,
no
it's
advantage?
-5 with advantage. So yes, it's difficult
Got
for you
it.
to make the shot, but you have advantage.
Got it. Works for me.
You have -5 because of wind, but they ain't moving.
Right, they're just like, this can't be
Let's
happening.
see, I think. Okay, and I put this on myself. Nope, that goes after. Learning how abilities work. Too many. Okay, longbow. Attack.
You rolled
Wow,
2
that is the same
11s
number.
and missed.
Yep. Well, shite. Okay. Um, dread ambusher attack. The second one. Second attack. Please don't do that to me.
That is a critical.
That is going to hurt.
Now, do you have advantage on the second attack too? I thought it was only the first one.
I have no idea how that works.
What is it that you gave yourself for that?
What?
Why did so the advantage was because you surprised them,
Okay.
but that's only usually on the first attack.
Is it only the first one?
Yeah, but you
Okay.
know what? I'm gonna let it go.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna take the crit away from you, but just be mindful of it. And now everybody's
Okay.
gonna be like, "Oh, I forgot to take it off." No, fuck y'all. That was the last one.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Longbow damage. Goodbye.
Okay. So you go flying across the air, you level in on one of them, and you're just like, phew, phew. Second one takes him right between the eyes. And you watch as his head snaps back, the robe falls off from the force. It is a human.
Mm.
And it collapses to the
Okay.
ground, non-moving, with an arrow sticking out of its forehead. Would you like to do anything
I
else?
like to think with fucking tuck the bow under my arm and hold my hand on that cord. That will be my turn.
No.
And I'm pretty sure that guy got pinned to the ground.
Now remember, I said in the beginning, at the end of your turn, you will hit the ground.
Sure. So then that'll be my reaction at the end of my turn.
Okay. So are you trying to like gauge it or anything?
I mean, yeah, I would like to not splat. So, I'll try and give it a good judge of distance.
All right. So you have been. So Halfling Luck was redeemed, but it says such a benevolent DM. So I got Halfling Luck, which means I get to re-roll a 1. Unless Loco would like to amend who that was meant for.
Or
You're really
spending it-
trying to lose your favor amongst us, Loco.
unless that was him spending that to allow for the 20 to happen. He's spending
there
his
you go.
points for,
For
your
the
benevolence.
players. Okay, well, it's only for
Okay,
one
okay.
player. So I just tell me which one. And it might come in handy right now. So Liam, you're gonna roll a dex check.
Oh boy, oh boy. Dexterity check. I want to see the pancake. Okay, well, I'm probably fine.
Okay, cool. So you grab the cord and you go to pull it. You're a little bit higher off the ground than you expected. And what happens in front of you is you hear as a balloon inflates in front of you and then is ripped up into the air away from you. And you watch as these strings trail down to the backpack that's around your chest, and you are suddenly halted in the air as you float down to the ground.
Well then.
Going to die here.
This
Stallion.
looks very differently to how I pictured it when it was described.
That's because
Right.
gnomes tend to overcomplicate their things, remember?
What I thought we were doing, which is much more dangerous, was that it would inflate a balloon on our chest and we just land on it.
That was one
Good
of
thing
the.
we didn't go for that since we floated.
That was the older edition.
I would like
we're
to.
adapting.
So which guy am I like landing towards?
So they're standing in a group. So 2, 3, and 4 are like standing all together. Pretty much, you're gonna land like right in the middle of them.
Okay, well I'm gonna aim at 2 then.
Okay. So you target number 2. What are you
And I'm
doing,
going
sir?
to- I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers as I'm falling. Is
Okay.
that something I'll be capable of? Then being able to react?
So Dissonant Whispers is just an action, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, as long as you still have your reaction, you're fine. If you use a reaction, you're screwed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. Is it an attack roll or a save? I keep forgetting. Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
Yeah, yeah. So you target him, force the wisdom save. It'll force me to roll a d, whatever. 20. That. So he does succeed on his save.
Which means he takes half of 3d6 psychic damage.
Half of 3d6 psychic damage.
Yeah. So
Okay,
do I just hit damage now?
Yeah, if you roll the damage, it'll automatically calculate. All right. He is still standing, though.
And then I guess I'm going to rip the cord because that's all I have.
All right. Same thing. Bunch of balloons erupt from your chest. Yours has multiple balloons. Liam's only had one. They erupt. They kind of go up, inflate rather quickly, and jerk you to a stop in the air.
Is he testing different styles?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Another thing that Tinker Gnomes are famous for is none of their inventions are ever the same.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this when I play my Tinker Gnome on Saturday.
Boris, your turn, sir.
So, clarifying question: if it's a ranged attack, the first attack is advantage because of the surprises.
Yes.
So the first
Okay.
one. Got him.
So I want to. Here's my loophole on this. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray, which is one attack, but it's 3 separate rolls.
No,
Because it's 3 streaks of 5.
Right, but they're 3. So it's you can send 3, but it's considered one attack because you're just going like this.
It says you have to make a ranged spell attack for each ray.
Correct. So
It functions the same as like a multi-attack or something, like
Right.
I did.
Right, it would be the first one. But
Only the first one?
Yes, because they're each considered a separate attack.
Okay.
Right. It's not like Magic Missile is one that's simultaneous.
Yeah.
Like that's one. There's other spells that have that simultaneous like hit, and I would let you have advantage on both. But you're doing 3 separate ones, so it's only the first one.
That's fine. I had to ask,
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Sneak it in there, right?
Yeah,
okay,
fair.
so the first one's going to go towards 2, so I'll do that one first. I mean, I'm not using a bow. Do I have any negatives with this?
No, you're using a spell, so you're just kind of flailing your arms around the thing. So I'm gonna allow it.
Yeah, I do have Warcaster, so it allows me to cast with things in my hands. So I figure that helps me out.
Well, your hands are free until you go to pull the sash. Yeah. It's just that with a bow, a bulk in front of you is kind of in the way. It would have been easier for him if he would have put it on his back.
I was thinking they were parachutes. They didn't quite go the way I was anticipating. So, first one. Come on.
All right, that's a hit.
Awful rolls. That's the first one. I will now unmark him, make sure he's gone. Yes, and that one will be the third. That's just a normal roll, so that's a miss.
That one's a miss.
Make sure he's gone, so I don't accidentally attack people. Good to go. And the third one. Come on.
That one is a hit.
And decent. And so I cast that spell. That's it. And I will pull the cord and see what fun surprise is waiting for me inside this box.
All right. So, I would
this
like
one just
your
doesn't have one.
I would like your dex check.
I'm not dexterous.
So you pull your cord, and what happens is you feel like everything goes black in front of you, and you feel like this material just wrap around you and hold you like snug, and then all of a sudden you feel like a sudden stop, and then you kind of like roll out, and you basically like work yourself out from inside of this
material that just hugged me.
Yes, basically.
I'm trapped in a giant blanket.
Kind of more like what are those things? Crash.
Are you talking about the balls that people roll in?
No,
Like the
no.
balls?
What? Airbag.
Oh, an airbag. Okay.
Yeah, it was more like an airbag. So you guys watch as his balloon wraps around him and inflates, and then he hits the ground and it deflates immediately, and you're just kind of sitting on this bladder of material.
I hate that.
Give me like Mars rover landing vibes.
Is this what you did?
Yeah.
Right?
Is this what you did with the cows after they died?
That's my turn.
Okay,
I just liked how I
Alfie.
came flying
Whoa.
in.
All right, I guess I.
You also have Liam targeted for some reason.
Oh.
Oh, because
She's
last
lining
time
up
you.
another nut shot.
Yeah, I was gonna say last time you nut shot him, so.
Oh, yeah.
The remnants of a nut tap is still there.
That was legend. That,
That
was good
wasn't a
times.
nut tap.
That
That
was,
shit
the
did like
best hit
11
I had
damage to
all
me.
Game. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I don't know what I can do from a distance. I'm just going to just fucking.
She doesn't pull her
Right.
shoot. She just aims for one of them and tries to fly in.
Yeah, dude. Like, can I do that? Can
like
I,
fastball,
tackle him?
fastball special.
I am the weapon.
Yeah.
So
Can I
you,
try
Diving
to,
position.
like,
Do you
can I
want-
do that?
I will allow you to do that. Now, here's the thing: if you miss, you take full fall damage. Now, you were shot 160 feet through the air. So let's keep that in mind. If you hit, I will allow some of the damage to be transferred over onto whatever you hit. But you still will take damage unless you find a way to negate it somehow. But you would have to tell me how you're negating it.
I say no to fall damage. Does
Hush
that
you.
work?
That is not an option.
Can I, like, brace myself with the parachute?
So, like, just hug it?
Nah, like. Wait, actually, can I, as I'm going in, Captain America style, can I Ispen Green Shield this motherfucker and like just fucking football tackle the shit with my shield?
So, all right. So
That's how
you're
I'm
gonna
bracing for it.
so you're gonna activate the shield and basically tuck into it like Captain America going through a brick
Yeah.
wall or something.
Yeah, and then I'm like taking the backpack and like bracing myself between my arm and like the pack and then me.
Okay. I will say that would be possible.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys watch as her shoot never activates. She pulls the shield in, and you watch as the full form shield forms in front of her. Brrrink. And you go soaring in.
Yeah.
So let's see how well you angle yourself. I'm going to let you roll a attack with a d20, and I will let
Okay.
you add your dex to it.
My dex is.
It was nice
a
knowing
five.
her.
Okay,
get
but like,
advantage
okay,
from the
listen.
surprise?
Can I? It says I have inspiration on my character sheet. There's a little check mark right there.
You do have inspiration.
Can I use it?
Yes, if you would like to use
Okay.
it, you give yourself advantage.
Yes. Advantage, and then 1, and then d20 roll.
Ooh.
So you didn't target anybody. Which one would you like to hit? I'll tell you,
The
3 has.
the closest motherfucker to me. Hardest impact possible.
Well, I
Just
was gonna say
kablam!
3 hasn't been hit at all.
Fine, I'll do 3.
Okay, so
I don't want to like collateral someone else, so it's okay. I'll do that.
all right, so a 3 on number 3. What? Hey, go on there. All right, 18 will hit because that's better than their AC.
Yes.
Not by much, but it is better than their AC.
Okay, it's good enough.
Okay, so you go careening into him. So, hold on. You are now a fucking ball of damage.
I'm a meteorite.
I
I'm
just
going
want to
for
point
the
out.
space,
baby. I'm gonna rock your shit.
So technically, does that
Should
make
have made Alfie.
that thing a war machine since what it launched now became a projectile?
Catapult. It became a projectile launching weapon.
Yep. I'm a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh my
You will know
god.
me.
Oh, you did the math on what fall damage is?
No, it
Yeah,
has
that's what
it
we-
has it here. A creature that collides with another creature or an object during the trajectory takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet away from the gnome flinger it is. So I need you to roll 12d6. Just roll them. Boris,
How do I?
make note
how do
that
I
you
multiply?
have
If
halfling
you
luck.
hold it with left click
Okay.
and right click it, it adds 1.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Here you go.
Come on. My God.
Okay. So, the ball of Alfie behind the shield will slam into one of the guys, and you watch as she hits him and they disappear from scene. Okay, that's how hard she hits him. Alfie, you just hear crackling of bone and bending of armor and metal as this guy just oofs around you, and then you hear, at the same time, you hear psh as your chute inflates in front of you,
Oh no.
and you're just blown this is what it kind of looks like. You hit the guy, you basically go out of scene, and then you're blown back by the chute as the balloons pop in front of you and push you away, and then like go up into the air and just kind of hang up in the air above you from your pack. The guy in front
Am
of
I,
you
like,
though,
belly up?
no, you're
My
standing
belly.
on the ground. It doesn't pull you up because your
Okay.
weight is supposed to pull it down, but it did push you back away from him. So like it all happened in an instant where you hit him, your chute goes off, but the impact drove him away.
Yeah. How bloody is my shield?
If you look over the top of it, it's fairly bloody because his face is still imprinted on it. It's the face portion of his body is still on your shield.
The
I no
thump
longer
noise that
fear
had
death.
to happen
I
with
am
that.
God. God can only kill me now, and that is if he smites me where I stand. You will fall before me. My name is Alfie, and I am a master of destruction.
That wasn't even like she did twice his, like you just obliterated him.
Yeah, she did 4 more damage than me with a crit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the sad part of this is this is the surprise round. They don't even get to go yet. So
yes.
Poor guy.
they turn and look at their guy, like just gone, and they're looking at the halfling in between them, who's just like, I am a god!
There's no half one.
And they fumble to like get their weapons ready. I mean the halfling, sorry, the kender. Yes, you were correct.
Hey, can we get an intimidation roll?
Oh yeah, please.
On your turn, yes, I will give you an intimidation roll. I'm just taking
Dude,
off the
the
dead people.
ungodly thud that would go with that.
Oof.
Right? The sound of both liquefaction and
He'd be already half
crushing.
buried.
I have unlocked being a fearless kender now. I would like this to be my canon and bent. This is how I unlocked being not scared
Until
of
you get
death.
slapped by a
You
horse
shall
again.
have
Oh,
no
you
fear.
did take some damage from that. I forgot to give you your damage.
Bro, that's
But
fine.
you did take some of that. So I was
Roll
only
16d6.
I was only gonna do 25% of it. So you got 11 points. So you're at 18.
Okay.
But that was fucking cool.
Alfie, let
Just
me just say
wait.
cannon event that they don't mean literally be fired out of a cannon, okay?
Yeah, but like that's their own problem, not my problem. Okay, listen, I'm just saying, like, because like everyone else was doing like these cool range stuff. I'm like, man, I got me. That's all I got.
You wanna
I
know
am
what
and then I
the
was like,
great
range.
comfort?
That was the ultimate
Yeah.
fastball special.
yeah,
What
Right.
brings me more comfort is I know the gnome is watching because he has to see if his stuff works. So he watched her parachute not go off. She absolutely eviscerated someone and then it went off.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Liam, it's your turn again.
He's just
Yeah, so
watching
I
through like
roll.
a spyglass.
Yeah.
He is. He's taking notes. He's on the other side like this.
So Liam rolls off of his landing apparatus and just wide-eyed staring at the carnage that just unleashed in front of him. And I unsling my bow from under my arm and I level it at one of the fellas that Boris just illuminated. And I will bonus action move my hunter's mark over to this fella. Doing ranger things as a ranger does. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That one. Fire bow. No,
You
I
still have
didn't.
advantage. That should be off
Why do I still have advantage?
because you
I
put it.
shouldn't still have advantage. I didn't.
So your umbral sight invisible is giving you advantage. You're not invisible
Oh,
to them.
shit. Wrong one. There's too many things.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, I'll roll it again.
Yeah, because I don't know which one you dropped.
Probably the good one.
Wait, hold on. What did you roll though?
One was low. It dropped to 7.
It was
okay.
a 7.
All right. So yeah.
So would a 15 hit?
No. 15 misses.
Okay, yeah. So it missed.
Okay.
Uh,
So you don't actually miss. You hit the guy,
Hmm.
but it reflects off his armor. Because they're just standing there looking at their pulpy friend right now. And
Yeah.
like you kind of shoot him in the shoulder plate, and it just ricochets off of him.
yeah, shite. And then I move around some arrows in my quiver, and I try to get some distance between me and these fellas.
Okay.
Hmm.
Go ahead and pass your turn. Thalion, it is your turn.
Hey,
Hey.
where is everybody? Like in relation to each other?
They're basically
I
so you guys have all landed like in a row, like in a line. Because your parachutes, when they go off, they held you back. Biff kept going. I mean, Alfie kept going straight forward. So Alfie has gone through their lines. So Alfie is behind them, and they're looking back at Alfie. So you guys are approaching from behind them right now.
Hmm.
So they're between you and Alfie, and not very far away. You're like within like 10 feet of them.
Okay, then I'm gonna walk up to one of them and try to stab them with a rapier because that seems about the most useful thing I can do in this situation.
That's fine. Just pick your target, and that's who you're attacking.
I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna go for this one actually.
Okay.
Soldier 4. I'm gonna unselect Soldier 2. There we go. And then.
All right. That is also a miss. And
Yeah, I
again,
figured.
it's also because I think you all are doing the same thing. Like, did she just do that? And you're attacking. Like, as
The
you get
bard's
close,
like, my entrance was supposed to mystify, not hers.
as you get even closer, you're just like,
And
Also, I made a mistake. I got to go back and fix it. So, Boris, you do not have the reroll. You have inspiration. So
Yep.
change that to inspiration.
I did.
For the halfling luck, I will just say I will have all of you roll a d20. Highest one gets it.
Can I opt out
Okay.
because I did the cool thing and I don't think I need it?
That's fine. You could opt out. So Thalion got a 17.
I did not get
Boris got a 4. And all right, Thalion, you have what basically a halfling luck. You can get a reroll on
reroll
one.
a 1.
No problem, Logo. I just wanted to make sure. I just read it and was like, oh, let me fix that real quick. All right. So Thalion, you attack the guy, and like I said, I think you're just looking at the bloody mess and going, oh
Yeah.
my, and you kind of half-heartedly attack this guy and also make connection with his armor. Would you like to do anything else, sir?
I gave Bardic Inspiration to Boris.
Perfect.
And that's my turn. There
Okay.
we go.
So Boris, you, sir, are coming up on this mess, and you're just like, and you see on the other side, Alfie's like climbing out, getting up, and she's like, I am
Just
a
absolutely
god.
pumped.
Yeah, she is thrilled at what she has just done.
Okay. I am going to go Firebolt. Just to clear, your Bardic Inspiration, is it a D6?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says
But
it,
I
if you
can
look
roll-
if you look at the sheet, it'll tell you in parentheses D6.
Oh, yep. I just scrolled up or scrolled enough to see it. But to clarify, so I can roll my attack and then I can add the d6 after before you tell me if it hits or not.
Right. You can look at the number you rolled and decide whether you want to use it before I give you any information on what happens.
Okay. I'm just okay. So I'm gonna do firebolt against, I guess, number 4. Why not? The last one I attacked, I'll keep going for him. And firebolt.
That's a hit.
I don't think I need it. And
Oh yeah.
All right. That one connects. So he will take a hit from the side. Did I just miss an alert in the chat? Nope, I guess not.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, then I don't think I have any bonus actions that I want to use. Nope, that'll be my turn.
You might want to shrug off your shoots.
Oh, then yes, that's probably a good call. I will do that with
Right.
I will do that as well.
All right, Alfie. You regain your composure. You have.
No, you don't.
You don't? Okay.
No, I'm still fucking deranged.
Well, I meant like you stand up from your bloody
Oh,
mess
yeah.
and get back into the fight.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fine.
So there are two of them standing in front of you between you and your companions. One of them has just been shot in the back with a fireball.
Ooh, I want to smack that guy with my axe.
All right, that would
Far is it?
be 4. Number 4.
Number 4. Okay, so number 4, targeted axe. Oh wait, also before I do this, can I do a quick thing where I take the blood from my shield and I wipe it across my cheeks, like cheek over nose to cheek.
Which cheeks?
So, because of the way the shield is, I guess you could. It's just a little bit. Yeah, you could turn it around. Because
Awesome, okay.
the shield is
do
in
that.
full size right now, which is almost as big as you, remember?
Yeah.
So-
I just take a little bit, just smear it across, a little warrior action.
Gotcha.
And then I'll hit him with my hand.
All right, that's a hit.
Ooh.
All your hits tonight have been. Everybody's been rolling 17s on their hits. That's just not fun.
Yeah, I rolled higher than a 2, baby. Let's go. I'm happy.
There you go.
The blood rage.
Also, Alfie, I took your inspiration.
That's fine.
Anything else?
Nah. I'm good.
Okay. So the one who wasn't been shot is actually the one that's been shot at by Liam. Will, like, still in awe of what's going on with this Kender, has decided that the Kender is probably the person he needs to fight. So he is going to say a word, and his longsword will ignite in fire as he begins to attack Alfie.
Fucking
The
bitch.
DM didn't forget this time.
No. The DM did not forget this time. So Alfie is his target. Let's get that done. And he will make a couple of swings at Alfie. First one is a miss. Second one is also a miss.
Yeah.
So Alfie, you just bring up the shield. Ka-king, ka-king. You see sparks of fire like just rain down off the shield. But he
Can
can't
I
get.
yell you couldn't hit me if you try at him, aggressively?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short
Yeah.
phrases. Okay. This one doesn't want anything to do with the Kender, so it's going to turn and run towards the group. Thalion or Boris, you two are kind of next to each other because Liam did say he was going to move around.
I'd probably be closer because I did a melee attack.
No, then he's going to turn around and defend himself against you. So I will not check to see which one of you he's going to attack. That's right, you went after him with the rapier. And I tried to target you in OBS just now. That was hilarious.
You get attacked through your computer.
I did. I tried to target him on the picture in the OBS. All right, so he's gonna take a couple of longsword swings at you, Thalion. That's first one is gonna miss. Second one actually will make contact. So you're gonna take this much.
You just see a rain of dice. Like,
No, it's not. But it is a good hit, and you're burning. Well, you're burnt.
Ow.
That's his. And yeah, Liam, that's fine. Again, theater of the mind, so I will be very liberal with what you guys are doing. All right, and it's actually your turn.
did he hear? Did you hear me?
I don't know if he's doing something. Liam.
He's muted.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I am just gonna sort of move a bit further, just like cutting them off in case they wanted to run in the opposite direction of the village, and unleash another arrow upon Dragon Army Soldier number the second. Wow, that is quite a contraption.
Yes.
I don't like it.
That's just one version, too. All right, that's a hit.
One hit.
Yes, it does.
Okay, good. So he should have hunter's marks. That should be the 2.
Yes, that one's dead.
Yeah, that will do. That will do. And I am just going to be a bit happier with the results of the bodkin compared to the broadhead, and knock another arrow.
All right, Thalion. The one who the one you're fighting is basically squared off with you, so you're still engaged with the same one.
I'm gonna do this again.
Another
It's gonna hit
17.
this time.
Yep. Wait, hold on. So you don't have him targeted. I'll just roll it on him, but it's definitely a hit because I know what their AC is. But make sure you target him to do the damage.
Oh yeah, my bad.
And he is also dead. So this time you managed to snake your way up through the scale mail and puncture his heart.
Yeah. We should probably, get rid of, push these bodies into the bush somewhere so that the army doesn't see them as they approach.
From this vantage point, where you guys are, they're overlooking the town. So, hold on. You guys all have the Vogler map, right?
Yeah, I understand where they are, but I just figure we should, at least get them out of plain sight.
So, you guys, they were here. Like on that ridge there?
Yeah.
So, you can hide them, but if the army approaches from the road, they're not going to see them. They'd have to come.
I just wanted to make sure that was something so they're not just on the edge of the.
Right. No, that's fair. You can definitely move them back away from the ledge and stuff.
Well, there's one you can't really clean or move.
I mean, I don't think we need to hide that guy.
Well, his armor
don't
still
think
exists. He's just mush inside of it.
I don't want to touch it.
I don't either. But yes.
I would like to while everyone's debating what to do with the bodies, look around to make sure there's no more eyes up here.
Make sure. Oh yeah, you immediately scan the area. You don't see anyone.
I'd like to search the bodies.
They are wearing scale mail. They have the swords. That's really about it. Oh, and there's in the camp. There's some a pack with rations and stuff.
Okay, no, I was worried that they'd have a sending stone that they could communicate with. And if they got called up, it could be a problem.
No, it looks like they just bought food. There's a pile of wood. Yeah. There's a little camp set up. They look like they were here for the haul, but they don't have anything special with them.
I'd bring the weapons to the to the town for anyone that wants to like try to help defend.
Swords? Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like the last thing they expected was one of our party members to come in like a wrecking ball.
She came in.
Hell yeah, boy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected anyone to use that device to get across the ravine. So props for that.
Woo!
DM's like, I didn't expect him to do that. That was crazy.
It was,
Well, the funny
It was a
thing about it,
questionable idea.
it's in there for that purpose, but I was like, nobody's ever going to use this thing. But I was so happy when you did. I was like, yay! I get
It
to
It
seemed like
was
the best
hard to
option.
argue about because under pressure. It's hard to argue against the speed in which we would be able to get over there.
Yeah.
There, it was the heavy concern of dying, yes, but
Yeah,
As long as enough of us landed okay.
I got to shoot my party out of a catapult. I mean, that's fantastic. Who gets to say that?
does anyone have a rope, or do they have rope?
They
I have rope.
do not have rope. Sorry.
Okay, if you have rope, I was just thinking that our best way back would be to ascend down the way that they mentioned, climbing up with a rope.
We could also then have people climb up here and take this point for the counterattack.
Also true.
Wait, you want to have what?
Well,
Create
you,
like a rappel up and down the mountainside, like into the city.
you know the way that we were originally was offered up for us to climb, but it was like 30 something feet. But use Liam's rope to tie it and throw the rope down, so we can ascend down, and it can be used to come up if they end up wanting to use the elevation
I'm gonna
for
be back real
counterattack
quick.
when they're defending.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that.
You know, if you're gonna draw any fan art, Havoc, for whatever reason, I want Cannonball Alfie going through someone.
Yes, please.
All right, I will draw Cannonball Alfie going through somebody.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Now
Also, I need to restart my fantasy
put
card.
it-
I broke it.
well, we're gonna stop here in a minute,
Oh.
so you don't have to reconnect. We're gonna end with you guys basically cleaning up and heading back into the camp because it is after 12:30. And I don't want to go too late because it's a weekday. I promise I wouldn't go late on the weekday games. So,
Thank you.
I know there's a lot going on over the next weeks. So, I don't know. You have to let me know, Liam, Alfie, your schedules and everything. Thalian, I do apologize. I forgot to update the thing with the time zones and stuff. I think I'm only gonna do it for you, the games you're in, because it's to maintain it constantly is a pain in the ass. I'm also looking for a timer that I could just put in the chat that it's just always there, saying, "Hey, the games are on this time." It restarts the counter every Wednesday, so I might find
Yeah.
something that does that. Only because I forget. Like I forgot to put the new ones in, and then I was like, "Oh,
The scheduling thing is kind of awkward to do.
yeah." I don't like it. For events, I
It'd be
think
good
it's
if you
cool.
could recur it. Like if
Yeah,
you, like,
that's the
this is
main
every
problem.
week.
Right, I have to do it every time one finishes. So that's why
In the
at one
end,
point
I
there was
just
like
ended
11 of them.
In the end, I just ended up checking up the schedule, which kind of is what it's for, I guess. So
Right. So I will try to see if I can put a counter into the DL chat in Discord.
I'm sure there's a bot for it.
I think there is. I just gotta find one that I like because I already have like 3 bots and I'm narrowing it down to one because I don't like having all of them, and the one bot seems to do everything I want. So I think we're just gonna stick with that one. So yeah, next game is Saturday for some of us. We're gonna be playing another adventure. Oh, thank you, Loco. We're gonna be playing another adventure from Keys to the Golden Vault. And then the next game will be the following Saturday. As far as the games I run, I will be playing in a couple of games. So on Thursday, I play in Gilded Blades. On Friday, I play on Rob2E's channel. And that's really about it right now. But I'm thinking of maybe starting something else with some one-shots. So I will be thinking about that. and more self-control than buffers. This is true. So
Saving up for an item now, okay?
So, I appreciate all of you for coming by, the chats, and the redemptions. We appreciate it. Guys, I hope you had fun. And
Lots of fun.
Of course. Hell yeah.
sorry it was a short night, but I understand things happen. As long as you guys let me know, I'll make my arrangements. Me and Rhino just came in here and started chit chat until you guys were ready. I'm seeing. Let's see. Is there anybody we want to raid?
I saw Myriad's on. That's the no D&D that I saw that I have.
Well, if I can't, I don't have too many people. Well, I follow a bunch of people who play D&D, but if they're not playing D&D, I'll still raid their channels. Let's see. Yeah, let's go into Myriad's thing, but let me try to get this right now. I'm gonna go to her channel first.
There you go.
So that I don't miss all the messages that have. Oh, she's playing Mass Effect. She's been playing that for a while. Because I always do this backwards. Why isn't it going? Did I just break Twitch?
I mean, that's pretty impressive if you managed to pull that off.
You'd be surprised at the things I can manage.
Yeah, I mean, you guys dealt with these space spiders. Okay, it was fine.
Oh boy, don't you start with me.
Wait, what do we have? What?
He's trying to defend his actions
New
in
Duncan
Saturday game.
America
Oh.
Duncan.
No, there's no
I'm
defense
not
for
really
that.
trying to defend them so much as bring them up.
Bring them up? Okay. All right.
Great
So
minds.
I think I got it. Let's see if this works. I never do this all that great. All right, everyone. Thank you again for coming by. We'll be on our way over there, and I don't have to hit anything else.
I wish it gave
Nope,
you a
it's
little
counting down.
time in
I mean,
between.
you could launch the
previous
raid
mission and
right
this
now. Like,
part
there should
of
be
the
an
mission
option to
because this
launch raid
part's fucking
immediately or
annoying.
whatever.
Okay, it worked.
I hate the shadow. Broker.
Magic.
Good job.
Also,
Yay!
once this cutscene ends, we're gonna take a
Okay,
little break.
I will go ahead and stop our stream. Thanks, everyone.
Yee.
Ayo,
Oh,
Havoc!
Fun.
How's it going, man?
That was
Welcome
fun.
on in. How's D&D?
it was a mystifying
believe-
experience.
How was it?
Right?
How's it going? Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. You guys don't know me. I'm here.
Hell yeah, we-
Everyone call me Spy.
I hit
For
more
live
of my
episodes here on this
actual
channel, however,
attacks
right
than
now
I
we're
have in
playing
the
Mass Effect
past,
2.
so
We're
that's a
making our way
plus.
through the entire Mass Effect series.
Mhm.
Welcome on
Oh,
in.
one
Hello,
thing I did
Buffy. Welcome
notice, and I'm just
in.
like, oh, I hope this doesn't
What game
isn't
do
a
you guys
problem in
play
the future.
Are you guys still
For
doing
the
your
crit
bar
roll, I
game
noticed it didn't
on,
roll
on
max
Wednesdays?
damage on all of the first dice, and
I gotta shoot
don't
my
know what's
party
up
from
with
a
that.
gnome flicker.
That's all.
So you had a really great
Not,
time.
not like it
Just,
ended
you
up
know,
mattering,
I love
but
that.
yeah.
I love that.
Yeah,
for
well,
you.
no, it's still sent an arrow through
We
him
are
and 3 feet
currently
into the
doing
ground.
Shadow
But
Broker. If you guys are at all familiar with Mass Effect, we're currently doing the Shadow Broker mission. No, the bards have retired now.
but yeah, no,
Oh,
I got
yes,
to crit on
Dragonlance.
the
I
highest
forgot that
damage
you
I
had
could possibly
started
do with
that.
a single arrow. So that was cool.
How is that?
That was
You're
good.
following like the model,
When
right?
I calculated, I looked at the fall damage. Like,
But yeah,
it's
we
like,
are on
isn't
the
it like
Shadow Broker
1d6
mission.
for 10
Yeah.
feet or something? I did.
I
I'm like,
wasn't
the
expecting this
max for
mission to
that
go.
distance
I
is
forgot that this mission was
72
super long,
damage.
unfortunately, but it's
Yup.
fine.
It's crazy.
We're
Yeah, no, that was
doing
that
our
was,
best,
that was
probably.
that was a plan and a
That
half.
shit.
Ooh, I mean, not really. It
But I do
wasn't
have to
really
take
planned. I'm gonna be
a
honest
quick
with
little
you. I
break
just
because
Well,
Twitch
it's
is
we all
posting ads
improvised
on
once
me.
we learned we
I
could
will
do
kind
something
of
in the air.
right back.
Yes,
Mm.
and
We have a cute little
Yeah, I
order
wasn't
question
I
game,
wasn't
so
expecting that.
stick around.
I was
Okay.
expecting
'cause,
you
yeah,
to
it was-
land and then it starts.
Yeah, but when you were like, "Wait, I can use my bow," and I'm like, "Then I'm attacking too."
Mm-hmm. Yep. As far as schedule stuff goes, I should be fine, assuming nothing terrible happens, because the days I'm going to be gone are days that we wouldn't be playing.
So if you interact with the chat you raid into, it tends to go better. We just got 2 followers from just saying hi.
yeah.
Crazy.
Yes,
I should pay attention to
Because-
that.
yes, because it looks like you're actually part of the community versus raiding with the hopes that you get your name shouted out.
True.
Also, it's just nice when people get an idea of what you're like.
Yeah.
So that they might actually be like, that person seems kind of cool because of this.
Yeah.
through fast.
You guys want to see something cool?
Yeah.
Sure.
I like cool things.
Yes, I like
Okay.
cool things too.
I'm gonna share it in the Discord. I got. Oh wait, fuck. I can't. Damn it, Havoc.
Why can't you share it?
Because I can't screen share.
Yeah, we don't have screen share permissions for.
Oh, I didn't put them on this channel. I'm sorry. We could do it in general. I think everybody has screen shares there.
Yeah.
All right, everybody move up to general.
So excited. So excited.
I am excited for you.
YouTuber
Any
thing.
model or something.
Oh,
Like-
Buffy, you're gonna fucking love this, my guy. Are you ready? You fucking ready?
Okay.
I'm still talking to the chatters, but I am watching. Where am I going? Oh, here. Wait, you haven't shared.
Oh
Oh my god, you're a cat.
I'm squishy as fuck, boy. I'm
I don't
squishy
think
as
I've-
fuck, boy.
It jiggles.
It
It
suits
has
you so
jiggle
well.
physics.
I know it's so good. Jiggle physics to a whole new level.
Now I wish
By
you
the-
were the druid that turned into
Oh
a cat.
my
'cause then
goodness.
What made you decide to get a kitty?
Just an
Avatar.
orb.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, but I'm cool
Loaf.
as fuck, boy. I'm cool as fuck,
Oh my
boy.
You look like a squishmallow.
I know, right? It's amazing.
The
Fucking,
jiggles kill me. Oh my god,
no.
derpy eyes.
dude, what the fuck did you just say to me?
This is what fucking Alfie
It's
looked
peering
like.
through my soul. Oh my, it's peering through someone's souls, not mine. It ain't looking at me no more.
Yeah. And then I can like sit on like a keyboard.
Oh my
Have
God.
you looked at the new 3D tech for VTubers yet?
Which one? Which one?
Warudo.
I have not.
Are you typing
It's
with your
really
feet?
cool.
It's
Yeah.
sitting on the keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Technically,
then,
they
like,
would
I can
all be
My
feet.
dick.
You can play. I was gonna ask, can you play with the mouse? That's fantastic.
Yeah, boy. And then like when I do art stuff, I can do. I
Oh
have
my
a slide.
god, that's so cute.
That
Yeah.
is adorable.
Like,
Oh no, no sadness.
Sad eyes. Oh my god.
can't be sad when you're cool though, right, guys?
Oh, you can see
Hide the
behind
pain. Hide the pain behind your glasses. It's okay.
Can you put the glasses on and the derp eyes?
Yeah. Cool as fuck, boy.
I can't remember if I just hated this mission or not.
That's
I feel
perfect,
like
that's
I just
great.
did not
10 out
like.
of
I think
10.
I didn't like the
I
end
know,
boss
right?
fight.
I got literally,
Was
I
my
like
problem.
got this, and then I sent the rigger like yesterday was like, "Yo, all right, you pay me,
Courtney,
and I'll
thank you
start
for the
working on it
follow.
tomorrow." I was like, "Cool." 24 hours later, he's like, "Sorry, this took so long." I'm like, "What the fuck you mean that took so long?"
Oh my goodness, it has the bug eyes.
Bears did not give a fuck.
They
about that,
move.
dude.
They can look at you, but they also go all over the place.
Oh my goodness. That is awesome.
Love me too, Vanguard.
I just like that you can zoom in and go, "What did you say to me?" But have the
I'm very
eyes
happy
look
to play this
to the
one.
side.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
was
one of
like
my
showing
favorite
this
game
to
series.
Pixels the other day, and or like this
Also, I'm
morning,
always
and I
like
was
down
like,
to like romance
"What did you
Garrus,
say
you know
to
what I
me,
mean?
you motherfucker?" I graduated top of my class, Navy SEAls. I killed
Wh-
136 men.
Where did they come from?
Where did you get this? I need a link.
Okay,
I can
I'll
see
send
them
you-
coming from every direction.
It's like a duo artist rigger thing. Like they're like a pair. Like they do it together.
Oh my
There you go.
god. Your eyes
Havoc,
moving
are
around
we-
because you're moving your mouses.
Yeah, dude.
Are we
it's
level
amazing.
4 yet, Havoc? That'd be great.
No.
I mean, we're kind of in the middle of an objective, I'd say. so.
Cortez.
I just
That's not-
realized
wait,
that I
is
get
it-
an
is it
ability
pick?
score improvement, and I can have my
I respect
intelligence up
that.
to 20 at level 4, so that's nice.
So
Yeah.
Alright. OPS worked
Yeah.
well. I think